They tell me I belong to the village,
That my strength is a gift.
that my body is meant to serve.
I believe them, until she looks at me like I'm still mine. She doesn't touch me to take. She doesn't ask me to give. She chooses me. When the door locks and the world starts hunting us, she runs anyway. Small hand in mine, heart steady while everything else burns. She doesn't free me with magic or mercy. She frees me by loving me when I'm weakest.
And once I know what that feels like, I'll never kneel again.
Not to a curse, not to a system, not to anyone but her. She didn't rescue me. She loved me free.
Stay tuned for dark fantasy devotion, forbidden escape, size gap obsession, lover's rebellion, and an orc who learns that freedom tastes like her.
Happily ever after guaranteed. Chapter 1. Turk. My stomach growls loud enough to wake the dead, which is saying something since I'm pretty sure I smell like one myself. 3 days wandering the wilderness of Rach will do that to a fellow. 3 days of berries that taste like disappointment and stream water that's probably giving me gut rot. The gash across my ribs has stopped bleeding, but it's got that hot, tight feeling that means it's not healing right. My left shoulder throbs where the dark elf blade found its mark, a constant reminder of why trying to help people usually ends with me bleeding in a ditch somewhere. But that's me, Turk the helpful. Can't see someone in trouble without sticking my oversized nose where it doesn't belong. The human refugees were grateful enough when I fought off their dark elf captors. Tears streaming down their faces, blessing me in 3 different languages, promising they'd never forget my kindness. All very touching, right up until I realized I was bleeding from 5 different wounds and had no idea where I was. Gratitude's a fine thing, but it doesn't heal sword cuts or point you toward the nearest tavern. My brothers would have a good laugh at my expense if they could see me now. Grook especially. He's been telling me for years that my helpful nature would get me killed one day. You'd offer to help a snake shed its skin if it asked nicely, he'd say, usually while patching up whatever damage my latest act of charity had earned me. The path ahead winds through a grove of ancient trees, their branches twisted into shapes that look almost deliberate, like someone taught them to write in a language I can't read. Moss hangs from them in great green curtains, and the air smells of decay and old magic. That's when I catch the other smell. Death, yes, but not the clean death of battle or accident. This is something slower, more deliberate, something that took its time. I round a bend in the path and stop dead. The Minotaur lies sprawled beside a fallen log like a discarded puppet. My first thought is that he must have been magnificent once. Minotaurs always are. 8 feet of muscle and bone and bovine fury, the kind of creature that makes smart people cross to the other side of the street. But this one looks like he's been wrung out and left to dry. His ribs show through patchy brown fur, each bone clearly defined under skin that hangs loose as an empty wineskin. His massive arms, which should be thick as tree trunks, have withered to match his legs. Even his head seems too large for his neck now, that great horned skull swaying slightly with each labored breath. He's still alive. Barely. "Easy there, brother," I call out, approaching slowly. Wounded animals, even intelligent ones, can be unpredictable. "Looks like you've had some trouble." His eyes find mine with tremendous effort, and what I see there makes my gut clench. It's not just pain or sickness. It's something deeper, something that looks almost like shame. "Don't," he whispers, his voice like gravel sliding down a steep slope. "Don't go there." I kneel beside him, automatically checking for obvious wounds. No blood, no broken bones that I can see. But there are strange marks on his arms and chest, patches where the fur has fallen out completely, leaving skin that looks somehow faded, like fabric left too long in the sun. "What happened to you?" I ask gently. "Bandits? Disease?" He tries to shake his head but lacks the strength. "Ark's smithy," he manages. "The village. Past the barrier. Don't set foot there, stranger. Don't make my mistake." Ark's smithy. The name has a pleasant ring to it, like somewhere a fellow might get his axe sharpened and enjoy a hot meal while he waits. What's wrong with the village? Plague? Worse. His breathing is getting shallower, but his eyes burn with desperate urgency. Worse? I ask. It's endless, constant pounding. I can't bear it, the Minotaur says. Pounding I can handle, my friend, but hunger I cannot. Tell me, is there shelter there for a stranger? Yes, but... And food? Yes, but... So many. Too many. But his eyes are already losing focus. His chest rises once more, then goes still. I sit back on my heels, studying the corpse in the growing silence. Whatever killed this massive creature did it slowly, methodically, like something had been feeding on him bit by bit, taking just enough each time to keep him alive and coming back for more. The smart thing would be to turn around right now, find another path, another village, another way to fill my belly and tend my wounds. But my stomach chooses that moment to let out another rumble that echoes through the trees, and I wince at the sharp pain from my ribs. I need food, clean water, and proper bandages. Whatever happened to this poor bastard, it was probably his own fault somehow. Maybe he got involved with the wrong crowd, or ate something he shouldn't have, or caught some local disease that doesn't affect orcs. Ark's Smithy, I say aloud, testing how the name feels on my tongue. Pleasant enough. Sounds like the kind of place where a traveling orc might find honest work and fair treatment. I say a brief prayer over the Minotaur's body, to the war god for his passage to whatever comes next, to the harvest goddess for peace in his final moments. Then I continue down the path, trying not to think about the haunted look in his eyes or the way he'd said, grateful, like it was the most terrible word in any language. The warning follows me like a persistent fly, buzzing around the edges of my thoughts as I walk. But warnings from dying strangers are a copper for a dozen on the road. Half the time they're delirious from pain or fever. The other half they're trying to keep you away from some treasure they've hidden nearby. Besides, I'm not some fresh-faced farm boy wandering into his first adventure. I'm Turk of the Iron Tusk clan, veteran of a dozen campaigns and survivor of more tavern brawls than I care to count. If some village wants to try taking advantage of me, they're welcome to attempt it. My confidence wavers slightly as the path climbs through increasingly dense forest. The trees here are old, older than anything has a right to be, and their branches interweave overhead in patterns that block out most of the sky. More than once I catch myself glancing over my shoulder, though I couldn't say what I expect to see following me. It's past midday when I finally spot it through the gloom, a distortion in the air ahead, like heat waves rising from sun-baked stone. It stretches between two massive standing stones that must be ancient beyond reckoning, their surfaces covered in symbols that hurt to look at directly. A magical barrier of some kind. And beyond it, I step closer, squinting through the shimmering distortion. Buildings, actual civilization, with proper roofs and chimneys sending up wisps of smoke into the afternoon air. The sight makes my chest tight with something that might be homesickness. The barrier doesn't feel threatening as I approach. If anything, it radiates a sense of peace so profound, it makes my battle-worn bones ache with longing. My wounds actually seem to hurt less just standing near it. I pause at the threshold, one foot raised to step through. The Minotaur's warning echoes in my mind. Don't set foot there. But on the other side lies warmth, shelter, food, and healing. Everything I need to continue my search for my scattered brothers. Sorry, friend, I murmur to the dead Minotaur somewhere behind me. But a fellow has to eat. And I step through into Ark's smithy.
Chapter 2. Frida. And then she had the audacity, the absolute audacity, to suggest that I was being unreasonable about the whole turnip situation. I watch Felix's lower lip tremble as he recounts this devastating betrayal, his massive hands clutched together in his lap, like he's physically restraining himself from some display of emotion. The scars crossing his forearms tell a story of a warrior's life, but right now he's on the verge of tears over root vegetables. I murmur. making a note in my journal that I'll never read again. Client continues to displace marital frustrations onto increasingly trivial domestic disputes. Barrier effects progressing as expected. She knows that I prefer the smaller turnips for my stews. The texture is completely different with the larger ones. They get all woody and bitter, and... His voice cracks. Am I being unreasonable, Frida? Tell me honestly. Am I asking too much? 15 years ago, Felix led a company of elite soldiers through a siege that lasted 3 months. He held a breach in the walls with 17 men against 200, fighting for 36 hours straight without rest. I've seen the commendations, heard the stories from the older villagers who remember what he was before. Now he's crying about turnips. Your feelings are valid, Felix, I say, because that's what he needs to hear. Not the truth, that the peace barrier has been slowly neutering every man in this village for 2 decades, turning warriors into weeping shadows who compete over whose embroidery is more delicate. Perhaps you could try communicating your preferences more clearly to Hope. I have tried. He pulls out a handkerchief, delicately embroidered naturally, and dabs at his eyes. But she just laughs and says I'm being precious about it, like my feelings don't matter, like I'm just supposed to accept whatever turnip she deems appropriate. Through my tower window, I can see Hope's tavern across the square. She's probably already 3 drinks deep by now, laughing too loud with the other women about how sensitive the men have become. They find it endearing, manageable, convenient. I find it tragic. Let's explore some coping strategies. I begin, flipping to a fresh page, even though I've given this same speech 100 times. When Hope dismisses your concerns, how does that make you? A shriek cuts through the afternoon air. High-pitched, excited, unmistakable. Charity. Felix actually jumps in his seat, one hand going to his hip where a sword used to hang before the barrier made the very thought of violence physically uncomfortable for him. The instinct is still there, buried under layers of enforced docility, trying to surface whenever danger threatens. But there's no danger. There's never any danger in Ark's smithy. What was that? Felix asks, his voice pitched higher than usual. Probably just... Another shriek, followed by what sounds like Charity's distinctive laugh, the one that means she's found something, or someone, interesting. Probably nothing, wildlife perhaps. But I'm already standing, moving to the window, because I know that sound. I've heard it too many times over the years, and each time it means the same thing. A visitor. Through the wavy glass, I watch Charity practically sprint down the main street, her skirts hiked up in a way that would scandalise her if she weren't so excited. She's making a beeline for the barrier, where a figure is just stepping through. My stomach drops. He's massive, easily 7 feet of green muscle, with tusks that catch the afternoon light, and shoulders broad enough to carry the world. An orc, travel-worn and clearly wounded based on how he's favouring his left side. Dark hair pulled back, intelligent eyes scanning the village with cautious optimism. And already, Charity has him by the arm. Felix, I say carefully, I think we need to cut our session short today. Same time next week. But we haven't finished discussing the turnip. The turnips can wait. I'm already ushering him toward the door, my practice therapist's smile firmly in place. You've made excellent progress today. Really excellent. Write down your feelings in your journal like we discussed, yes? He nods eagerly, always desperate to please, and I feel the familiar twist of guilt and pity as I guide him out. Once upon a time, Felix would have questioned being dismissed so abruptly. Now he just thanks me profusely and hurries down the tower stairs, probably heading straight home to write poetry about his emotional turmoil. I move to the window. Charity has the orc surrounded already. No, not just Charity. Prudence has emerged from her bakery like a shark, scenting blood in the water. And there's Minerva, materialising from wherever she lurks when she's not actively managing the other women's lives. The orc looks confused but not alarmed. His posture is open, friendly even. He's smiling at something Charity said, that warm, genuine smile of someone who hasn't learned to be suspicious yet. Oh, you poor, stupid bastard. I should look away. Should return to my notes, prepare for this evening's fortune-telling sessions, where the women will no doubt be buzzing about their new acquisition. Should maintain the professional distance I've cultivated so carefully over the years. But I can't stop watching. He moves like someone comfortable in his own skin despite his size. There's grace there, and intelligence in how he observes the village, even while Charity chatters at him. His eyes linger on Bramble's flower arrangements, with what looks like genuine appreciation rather than mockery. They're heading toward Gusta's office now, the registration, the official welcome to Ark's smithy, where visitors check in and rarely check out. I press my palm against the cold glass. The last visitor was the Minotaur. 3 weeks ago, maybe 4. Time blurs in Ark's smithy. He'd stumbled through the barrier half dead from some wilderness encounter, and the women had descended on him like carrion birds on fresh meat. Strong, they'd said. Perfect for the heavy work that needed doing. He could help with so much. I'd watched him work himself to exhaustion those first days. Lifting, hauling, building. Whatever they asked, he did. The grateful smile never leaving his face even as his hands bled, and his massive frame began to thin. By the 2nd week, he could barely stand. By the 3rd, he was a hollow shell, still saying, "Let's get things done." But with eyes that had gone somewhere far away. He'd tried to leave, made it almost to the forest before collapsing. I don't know if he made it out. No one talks about the ones who leave. Before him was the merchant, 6 months prior. Handsome in a soft sort of way, good with numbers. They'd worked him differently. Endless tallies, constant accounting, always something that needed his particular attention. He'd seemed delighted by how needed he was at first. By the end of the 1st week, he'd looked exhausted. By the end of the 2nd, haunted. He'd tried to leave after 3 weeks. Patients had organised a search party that found him half a mile into the forest, brought him back for his own safety. He'd stopped trying after that. Last I saw him, he was helping Felix with a quilting project, his hands shaking slightly as he threaded the needle. Before that was the one-eyed naga called Jayika, who lost the power to slither and his soul. Before that, another minotaur called Rofan, who somehow found the strength to crawl his way out. Funny, it's the minotaurs that are the only ones strong enough to escape. This one's an orc. They don't even try, just lay down and die. The orc disappears into Gusta's office, Charity still attached to his arm like a barnacle. I should intervene. Should warn him somehow. Should do something other than stand here cataloguing another victim for my private records. But what would I say? Run, stranger, before Ark's smithy works you to death. Even if he believed me, which he wouldn't, the barrier makes leaving nearly impossible once you've been here for more than a few days. The peace it radiates becomes addictive. The world outside starts feeling harsh and dangerous by comparison. And the women, they won't let go easily. Not when they've been waiting months for someone strong enough to handle all the work that needs doing. I move away from the window, moving to my desk where I keep my private journals. Not the official ones I show to clients, but the real records. The ones that track the decline of every visitor, document the barrier's effects, catalogue my own growing horror at what this village has become. New arrival, orc, male, approximately 7 feet, heavily muscled, appears to be travelling alone, wounded but mobile, physical capacity exceptional, estimate 2 to 3 weeks before significant decline becomes apparent, 4 to 6 weeks until permanent damage, 8 to 12 weeks until complete soul death. I pause, pen hovering over the page. Note, appears kind, gentle demeanour despite size. Will likely be very popular. High risk for accelerated decline due to inability to refuse requests. They'll work him until there's nothing left. My hand is shaking slightly as I close the journal. It's not my problem. It's never my problem. I'm the village therapist, not its saviour. I listen to the men's complaints about their wives' insensitivity. I tell fortunes for the women so they can plan their schedules around whoever needs help with what task. I maintain my detached professional distance and I survive. That's all I can do. Survive. A knock at my door makes me jump. Yes? Frida? It's Minerva's voice, smooth and commanding. I'm scheduling an emergency fortune-telling session for this evening. All the women will want readings about our new guest. 7 o'clock sharp. Don't be late. She doesn't wait for a response. Minerva never does. The orc has emerged from Gusta's office, and now he's being paraded through the village square. More women have appeared. Hope, faith, patience. They circle him like wolves, their laughter carrying on the afternoon breeze. He's still smiling, still friendly, still doomed. I press my forehead against the glass and close my eyes. It's not my problem. But even as I think it, I know I'll be watching, documenting his decline in my private journals, counting the days until that warm smile fades into hollow cheerfulness, until they've worked every ounce of strength from his massive frame and left him as empty as all the others. The sound of Charity's laughter across the village square, and I shudder. Welcome to Ark's smithy, stranger. I'm sorry for what's about to happen to you. I'm sorry I won't do anything to stop it.
Chapter 3. Turk. The office smells like old parchment and lavender, which strikes me as an odd combination until I notice the sachets hanging from every available hook. The man himself sits behind a desk that's almost comically tidy, every quill aligned, every ledger stacked with mathematical precision, every inkwell positioned at exact intervals. He's human, maybe 50, with the kind of neat beard that requires daily maintenance and spectacles perched on his nose. When he looks up at my entrance, his expression cycles through surprise, calculation, and something that might be sympathy before settling on professional courtesy. "Ah," he says, standing and offering a hand that trembles slightly. "A new visitor. How delightful. I'm Gusta, village registrar, and, well, I suppose you could say I keep track of things." "Turk," I reply, shaking his hand gently. His grip is weak, not from lack of strength, but from lack of confidence. "Just passing through, really. Looking for my brothers. Other orcs, probably traveling in a group." "I'm afraid I haven't seen any orcs in Ark's smithy," Gusta says, pulling out a massive ledger and flipping through pages covered in cramped handwriting. "We don't get many visitors these days. You're actually the first in, 6 months or so." Charity, who has not released my arm since grabbing it at the barrier, squeezes tighter. "Oh, but you'll stay for a bit, won't you? You simply must. You're wounded and hungry and—" She gazes up at me with eyes that are somehow both innocent and predatory. "You look like you could use some proper rest and care." "I could use a meal and directions," I admit. "Maybe a place to sleep tonight before I move on." Of course. Gusta is already writing in his ledger, his quill scratching across the page with practiced efficiency. "We just need some basic information. Name, Turk, you said? Turk of the Iron Tusk clan. Occupation? Warrior mostly, though I've done carpentry, blacksmithing, farm work, whatever's needed, really." Something flickers across Gusta's face. "Whatever's needed. I see. And you're helpful by nature, would you say?" It's an odd question, but I nod. My brothers say I'm too helpful for my own good. Can't seem to say no when someone needs a hand. Gusta's quill pauses mid-stroke. He looks at me over his spectacles, and for a brief moment I see something in his eyes. Warning, maybe, or pity. But then Charity laughs and the moment passes. "Perfect," she chirps. "Oh, you're going to fit in beautifully here. Gusta, make sure you note how strong he looks. And those arms. Did you see those arms?" "I have noted his physical capabilities, yes," Gusta says dryly. He turns the ledger around so I can see. "Sign here, please." Just acknowledges that you've entered Ark's smithy of your own free will and agreed to abide by village customs during your stay. The contract seems standard enough. No theft, no violence, respect for property and persons. I sign with a flourish. Excellent. Gusta produces a small wooden token from a drawer, carved with the number 0. Your starting score. You'll want to keep this with you. Score? I take the token, turning it over in my palm. It's beautifully made, the numbers carved with precision, and the wood polished to a high sheen. Oh, it's just a little system we have, Charity interjects before Gusta can answer. Helps keep track of community contributions. Every time you help someone, you earn points. It's really quite fun. Everyone's very motivated to be useful. Community service tracking, Gusta adds, and there's something in his tone I can't quite place. The women, that is, the task managers, they report completed work to me, and I update the scores accordingly. It's all very organized. Let's get things done! A cheerful voice calls from outside, followed by laughter. That's our village motto, Charity says proudly. You'll hear it quite a lot. Now come on, let's show you around properly. You must be starving. She's not wrong. My stomach chooses that moment to rumble loud enough that even Gusta hears it. Prudence's bakery first, Charity decides, already pulling me toward the door. Then Hope's Tavern for a proper drink. Then we'll get you settled in the guest house. Oh, it's very comfortable, you'll love it. And then, thank you for your help, Gusta, I call over my shoulder as I'm dragged back into the sunlight. You're welcome, he replies, but he's already returning to his ledgers, and I could swear I hear him mutter something that sounds like, poor bastard. The village square is charming in that self-consciously tidy way that speaks of constant maintenance. Flower boxes overflow with blooms, the cobblestones are swept clean, and every building looks freshly painted. It's almost aggressively pleasant. And everywhere I look, there are men doing things. A massive fellow, easily my size, is carefully arranging flowers in front of a cottage that bears a sign reading, Brambles Blooms. His hands move with delicate precision as he weaves stems into an elaborate arrangement. Another man emerges from what looks like a bakery with a tray of cooling pastries, his face flushed with pride as he sets them in a window display. The scars on his forearms suggest a military background, but right now he's adjusting the angle of a fruit tart with the concentration of an artist. A third man, lean, scarred with the look of someone who's tracked prey through dangerous territory, is sweeping a porch while humming to himself. He waves at us cheerfully. Let's get things done, he calls out. That's Pip, Charity explains. Wonderful fellow, very sensitive, cries at sunsets. I'm trying to process that when we're intercepted by 3 women who appear to materialize from nowhere. The first is the baker I saw earlier, Prudence. Up close, she's even more striking, with knowing eyes and a smile that promises things that have nothing to do with pastries. She's wiping flour from her hands, but her apron does nothing to hide curves that are clearly intentional. Charity, don't monopolize, she chides, but her eyes are on me. I'm Prudence Baker, owner of the finest bakery in 3 counties. You look like a man who appreciates good food. I appreciate any food right now, ma'am. Her smile widens. Oh, we're going to get along very well. The second woman is younger, maybe 30, with blonde hair and a dress that seems designed to draw attention to specific assets. She's carrying a basket of vegetables but sets it down immediately to extend a hand. Faith Fisher, village seamstress, she introduces herself, and her grip lingers just slightly too long. I can already tell your clothes need attention. I'd be happy to take your measurements. Very thorough measurements. I'm extremely detail-oriented. That's kind of you, I manage. The third woman is older, perhaps 45, with dark hair streaked with gray and eyes that evaluate me like a general assessing troops. Her dress is practical, her boots are worn, and she carries herself with an authority that has nothing to do with physical size. Patience, Parker, she says curtly. Village security. I keep track of who comes and goes. Her eyes narrow slightly. Mostly who tries to go. Turk was just signing in with Gusta, Charity says quickly, And he's very helpful. Did you hear him tell Gusta? He can do carpentry, blacksmithing, farm work, anything really. Is that so? Patience's expression doesn't change, but something in her posture shifts. How fortunate for us. He's wounded too, Prudence adds, as if this is a selling point. Look at that shoulder. That needs proper tending, and I'm sure he's exhausted from traveling. Actually, I feel better than I have in days, I admit. Whatever that barrier is, it did something to my wounds. They barely hurt now. The peace barrier, Faith says, moving closer under the pretense of examining my shoulder. Her fingers brush against my arm, ostensibly checking the injury but lingering longer than necessary. It promotes healing and peace. Lots and lots of peace. You'll find Ark's smithy very relaxing. Though there's always work to be done, Patience adds. Strong back like yours, you could probably help with all sorts of tasks. Happy to help, I say automatically, and 4 pairs of eyes light up like I've said something significant. Before I can wonder about that, another woman appears. This one radiates authority in a way that makes even Patience straighten slightly. She's older, maybe 50, with silvery hair pulled back severely and clothes that speak of wealth and status. Her eyes rake over me with the cold calculation of someone evaluating livestock. Minerva Manson, she introduces herself without preamble. Mayor's wife, which, for practical purposes, means I run things around here. She circles me slowly, and I fight the urge to turn with her. 7 feet, I'd estimate. Excellent muscular development. Tusks are impressive. Hands are large. Very large. Ma'am, I acknowledge because I'm not sure what else to say. How long are you planning to stay in Ark's smithy, Turk of the Iron Tusk clan? Just passing through. A day, maybe 2. We'll see about that. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Charity, take our guest to Prudence's bakery. Make sure he's properly fed. Then Hope's Tavern for refreshment. I'll arrange accommodations. It's not a suggestion. Charity's grip on my arm tightens possessively. Oh, Minerva, I found him first. And you'll have your chance to help him get settled. Minerva's tone brooks no argument. But we'll do this properly. Fairly. According to the system. She looks at me again. You signed the register? Yes, ma'am. Good. Then welcome to Ark's smithy, Turk. I think you're going to find our little village very accommodating. She sweeps away, the other women parting for her like water. Don't mind Minerva, Prudence says, though her voice is careful. She's just very organized about things. Likes to make sure everyone gets a fair turn. A turn at what? I ask. The women exchange glances. At helping you get settled, of course, Faith says smoothly. We all want to make sure you're comfortable. It's just village hospitality. Speaking of which, Prudence links her arm through mine opposite Charity, effectively capturing me between them. Let's get you fed. I've got fresh bread, meat pies, and some pastries that I guarantee will change your life. My stomach growls its approval, and the women laugh. A sound that should be pleasant, but somehow makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up. As we cross the square, I notice more men emerging from houses and shops. They all have that same cheerful demeanor, that same eager-to-please expression. One is carrying embroidery. Another has a basket of meticulously arranged vegetables. A third is polishing windows with obsessive attention to detail. Let's get things done, one of them calls out. Let's get things done, another responds. And despite the warm welcome, despite the healing I've felt, despite the promise of food and rest, I can't quite shake the memory of the dying Minotaur's words. Don't go there. Look what they've done to me. But I'm already here, I'm starving, and I've just been promised the best meat pies in 3 counties. What's the worst that could happen?
Chapter 4. Frida. The fortune-telling room is thick with incense and anticipation. 7 women crowd around my table, their eyes gleaming in the candlelight like cats watching a mouse hole. They've been here for 20 minutes and we haven't even started the readings yet. They're too busy discussing him. "Did you see those shoulders?" Hope is saying, fanning herself dramatically. "I nearly dropped my broom when Charity dragged him past the tavern." "You don't own a broom," Faith points out. "You pay Pip to sweep for you." "Well, I would have dropped it if I had one." Hope takes a swig from the flask she's not so subtly hidden in her skirts. 7 feet if he's an inch. And those tusks. "The hands," Prudence interrupts, her voice dreamy. "Did anyone else notice the hands? Absolutely massive. You know what they say about orcs with large hands." "That they can carry more firewood?" Patience asks dryly, though even she can't quite hide her interest. The women dissolve into laughter that has an edge of hysteria to it. They've been without a visitor for 3 weeks. 3 long weeks since the Minotaur tried to leave and didn't come back. The tension in the village has been building like water behind a dam, and now Turk has wandered through the barrier like a gift from the gods. "Ladies," I say, shuffling my cards with practiced efficiency, "shall we actually begin? Or would you prefer to spend the evening speculating?" "Oh, we can do both," Minerva says from her position at the head of the table. She hasn't said much yet, just watched the others with calculating eyes. But Frida's right. We need to approach this systematically. We all know how it works. "First come, first served," Charity says quickly. "I found him. I get priority." "You get first contact," Minerva corrects, "which you've already had. The rest needs to be fair, organised. We can't have another situation like with the merchant." The room goes quiet for a moment. The merchant had caused problems. 3 women claiming the same time slot, an actual physical altercation over scheduling. Minerva had been forced to implement stricter protocols. "So we do readings," Faith says, leaning forward eagerly. "Find out who's most compatible." "Exactly." Minerva turns her gaze to me. "Frida, you'll read for each of us. Help us understand how to best assist our new guest." I spread the cards across the table, letting my face fall into the professional mask I've perfected over the years. Serene, mysterious, slightly distant. The fortune teller who sees all and judges nothing. Inside, my stomach churns. "Who's first?" I ask. "Me," Charity says immediately, practically lunging across the table. "I need to know, is he the one? Could he be, something more than just helpful?" Prudence supplies with a smirk. Charity flushes but doesn't back down. "I'm allowed to hope, aren't I? Maybe this one will be different. Maybe he'll actually want to stay." The desperation in her voice makes something twist in my chest. For all her aggressive enthusiasm, Charity genuinely believes that the next visitor might be the one who chooses Ark's smithy, who chooses her, who doesn't eventually try to leave. She hasn't figured out yet that they all try to leave eventually. I draw 3 cards for her, laying them out in a simple past-present-future spread. The Fool, the Tower, the Moon. I could tell her the truth, that the Fool suggests naivety, the Tower warns of sudden disruption, the Moon speaks of illusion and confusion, that her reading is basically screaming, "This will end badly." Instead, I smile. The Fool represents new beginnings and adventure. Your connection with Turk will bring excitement and possibility. The Tower suggests passion, intense, overwhelming passion. And the Moon indicates deep emotional connection, though perhaps some confusion at first. Charity clasps her hands together. "I knew it. I felt something when I touched his arm." "My turn," Faith interrupts, sliding into position. "What do the cards say about me and our handsome orc?" I draw again. The Empress, the Devil, the Hermit. Another disaster of a reading if interpreted honestly. Obsession, materialism, isolation. But I've learned that honesty helps no one in Ark's smithy. "The Empress suggests you'll nurture and care for him," I say smoothly. The devil indicates powerful attraction, very physical, very intense, and the hermit means you'll help him find peace and solitude when he needs it. Faith preens. Well, I do have very skilled hands, from all the sewing, you know. We know, Hope mutters, but she's already pushing forward for her reading. One by one I read for them all. I tell Hope her tavern will become a sanctuary for him. I tell Prudence her cooking will restore his strength. I tell Patience she'll help him feel safe and protected. I tell them all exactly what they want to hear, watching their faces light up with anticipation, watching them mentally plan their schedules and strategies. And I hate myself a little more with each reading. Frida, Minerva says when the others have finished. I haven't had my reading yet. The other women quiet. Minerva doesn't usually participate in the fortune-tellings. She's above such things, or likes to pretend she is. But she's clearly making an exception for Turk. I draw her cards slowly. The Emperor, the Magician, the World. Interesting. The Emperor represents control and structure. I begin. You'll help organise his time here, make sure everything runs smoothly. The Magician suggests you have the power to shape his experience in Ark's smithy. And the World indicates completion, fulfillment, success in your endeavours. Minerva's smile is sharp. Of course it does. Thank you, Frida. That will be all. It's a dismissal, and the other women recognise it. They file out in ones and twos, already chattering about schedules and strategies, about who gets which day and what tasks they'll assign him. Only Minerva remains, studying me across the table. You didn't read for yourself, she observes. I don't need to. I'm not interested in helping our guest? Minerva's eyebrow arches. How very selfish of you, Frida. Here we all are, ready to welcome this poor lost soul, make sure his needs are met, and you're content to sit in your tower and observe. Someone needs to maintain perspective, I say carefully. Besides, I have my therapeutic practice. I help in my own way. By listening to the men whine about their feelings. Minerva snorts. Please, we both know that's just busy work to keep them occupied. She leans forward. Draw your cards, Frida. Let's see what fate has in store for you and our impressive orc. I really don't think... Draw your cards. Her tone makes it clear this isn't a request. With hands that tremble slightly, I shuffle the deck and draw. 3 cards, face down. I hesitate before turning them over. The Lovers, the Hanged Man. Death. My throat goes dry. Minerva leans in, studying the spread. Well, the Lovers, that's obvious enough. The Hanged Man, sacrifice, and death. New beginnings, isn't it? Not literal death. Usually, I manage. So the cards are telling you that you'll fall for our guest, make some kind of sacrifice, and emerge transformed. Minerva's smile is cold. How dramatic, how very Frida. She stands, smoothing her skirts. I'll expect you to maintain your usual professionalism, of course, no matter what the cards say. The schedule must be followed. The system must be respected. Your personal feelings are irrelevant. Of course, I murmur. She leaves without another word. I sit alone in the candlelit room, staring at the 3 cards. The Lovers stare back, 2 figures entwined, trapped in eternal embrace. The Hanged Man dangles upside down, accepting his fate, and Death rides his pale horse, harvesting souls. Through my window, I can see the guest house across the square. The lights are on. Turk is in there now, probably fast asleep after filling himself on meat pies and Hope's ale. I gather my cards with sharp, angry movements, stuffing them back into their silk bag. It's not my problem. It's not my... But the Lover's card slips from the deck, landing face up on the table. I stare at it for a long moment, then sweep it away with the others. The cards are just paper and ink. They don't actually predict the future. I've been doing this long enough to know that I see what I want to see, tell people what they want to hear. The readings mean nothing. Nothing at all. So why can't I stop thinking about the way Turk smiled when he looked at Bramble's flowers, the gentle way he shook Gusta's trembling hand, the genuine warmth in his eyes when he said he was happy to help? I blow out the candles and sit in the darkness, watching the guest house across the square.
Chapter 5. Turk. The knocking starts soft, almost apologetic, then grows more insistent. Turk? Turk, are you awake? I pry my eyes open to find sunlight streaming through the guest house windows. My body feels good. Better than good, actually. The barrier's healing properties worked overnight. My shoulder moves freely. My ribs don't ache. Even the general soreness from weeks of travel has melted away like morning frost. Coming! I call out, rolling out of the surprisingly comfortable bed. I'm still in my travel clothes from last night, after Prudence's meat pies, Hope's ale, and Faith's insistent measuring session that involved far more touching than seemed strictly necessary. I'd collapsed into bed fully dressed. I opened the door to find Gusta standing there with his neat beard and nervous energy, clutching a ledger to his chest like a shield. "Good morning," he says, though his smile doesn't quite reach his eyes. "I hope you slept well?" "Like a stone. That bed is remarkable, and I feel incredible. Whatever magic that barrier has, it's—" Yes, the barrier is very effective." He cuts me off, glancing over his shoulder as if checking for eavesdroppers. "I'm here to escort you to work. You did agree to contribute during your stay." "Of course. Happy to earn my keep." I step out, stretching my arms overhead and feeling my joints pop satisfactorily. "Put me to work. I'm good with my hands. Smithing, carpentry, whatever you need." Something flickers across Gusta's face. "Yes, your hands. The women mentioned that." We walk through the village square, which is already bustling with activity. The men are out in force, Bramble arranging fresh flowers, Felix setting out pastries, Pip sweeping the same spot he swept yesterday with obsessive precision. They all call out cheerful greetings. "Let's get things done." "Beautiful morning for it." "Looking strong there, Turk." I wave back, feeling oddly welcome despite only arriving yesterday. There's something pleasant about a community where everyone knows everyone, where people take pride in their work. "So where's the smithy?" I ask Gusta as we head toward the edge of the village. I actually know my way around a forge. My uncle Torkneck was a smith, taught me the basics when I was young. Horseshoes mostly, but I can manage simple repairs, sharpening, that sort of thing. "Ah!" Gusta's pace slows slightly. "Yes, Ark's smithy. Well, you'll see. We're approaching a building on the outskirts now, a weathered wooden structure with small windows and a solid door. Outside sits an old anvil, rusted but still recognizable, and what might have once been a forge chimney rises from one corner. It looks like any number of smithies I've seen across Raich, maybe a bit smaller, but serviceable enough. "Here we are," Gusta says quietly. He's not quite meeting my eyes. "Perfect. Let me see what I'm working with." I'm already mentally cataloging what I'll need. Coal, good tongs, a decent hammer. Is there much work backed up? Repairs needed? The women will... Explain your duties. Gusta pulls out a key and unlocks the door. Sun up to sundown, that's the expectation, though. He hesitates, his hand on the door handle. "If you need to leave earlier, if you're tired or..." "I'll be fine," I assure him. "I'm used to hard work." His laugh is short and bitter. "Yes, I'm sure you are." He pushes the door open. "Good luck, Turk." And then he's walking away, quickly, like he can't bear to stay a moment longer. I step inside. The first thing that hits me is the smell. Not coal smoke or hot metal, but incense. Heavy, cloying, with undertones of something musky I can't quite identify. The second thing is the light, or lack of it. Heavy curtains block most of the windows, and what illumination there is comes from oil lamps with red glass shades that cast everything in a warm, dusky glow. The third thing is the decor. Deep purple velvet drapes cover the walls. Red silk cushions are scattered across the floor, and along one wall hangs things. Leather straps, chains, objects I recognize from tavern talk but have never actually seen in person, their purposes both obvious and deeply personal. At the center of the room sits a large circular bed, raised on a platform and covered in furs and silk sheets, and above it, dominating the space, hangs a painting of a man, nude, powerfully built, with an expression of ecstatic joy and pleasure that would make a stallion jealous. I stand in the doorway, my mind trying to reconcile what I'm seeing with what I expected. Is this where I wait? I ask the empty room. Where are the tools? Oh, you're looking at them, sweetness. I spin around to find Charity standing in the doorway behind me, blocking my exit. She's changed since yesterday. Her practical dress replaced with something in flowing red silk that leaves very little to the imagination. Her hair is down, tumbling over her shoulders, and her smile is predatory. Charity, I think there's been some confusion. Gusta said that you're here to work at Ark's smithy. She steps inside, closing the door behind her with a decisive click. And darling, you are. This is Ark's smithy. She gestures to the painting above the bed. Our patron deity, Ark, god of passion, pleasure, and productivity. My brain is still trying to catch up. But the anvil outside... Decoration! She's circling me now, her fingers trailing across my arm. We used to have a real smithy here, generations ago. Then the barrier went up. The men became less interested in such pursuits, and well, a village still needs certain needs met. So we repurposed the space. I trail off, finally understanding what I'm looking at. What the leather straps are for. What the bed is for. What I'm here for. For help, Charity says simply. You said you were happy to help, didn't you? That you can't say no when someone needs a hand? Her smile widens. Well, Turk, we need your help. Desperately. It's been 3 weeks since our last visitor, and the whole village is just aching for assistance. I should leave. Should walk right out that door and keep walking until I'm through the barrier and far away from Ark's smithy, both the building and the village. But Charity is looking at me with such hope, such genuine need, and she's beautiful, and I'm still buzzing from the barrier's healing. And honestly, when was the last time someone wanted me this badly? Well, I hear myself say, a grin spreading across my face. I did promise to help. Her answering smile is radiant. Charity doesn't waste time with pleasantries once the door clicks shut. She pushes me backward with surprising strength for someone who spent yesterday pressing fresh linens and offering second helpings of stew. My calves hit the edge of the raised bed, and I drop onto the furs, already half hard from the incense-thick air and the way her silk dress clings to every curve like wet paint. Strip, she orders, voice dropping an octave. Gone is the syrupy innkeeper's welcome. This is steel wrapped in honey. Everything. Now. Queen doesn't like waiting. I blink up at her. Queen? She slaps my cheek, not hard, just enough sting to make my manhood jump against my laces. That's right, big boy. Queen Charity. And you're going to worship properly, or I'll have the whole village know you're a selfish guest who can't follow simple instructions. My compulsion kicks in like a reflex. I can't say no to a genuine request, and right now her need feels like the most genuine thing in the world. Fingers fumble at my belt, tunic, trousers. She watches with the cool appraisal of someone who's already decided exactly how she's going to use me. Life in Ark's smithy just keeps getting better. By the time I stumble out of Ark's smithy at sundown, I feel like a king. My legs are a bit shaky, sure, and I'm definitely tired, but it's the good kind of tired. The satisfied kind. One that comes from a hard day's work well done. Gusta is waiting outside, ledger in hand. He looks at me, then at the building, then back at me with an expression I can't quite read. 2, he says, holding up my wooden token. The number 2 has been carved into it. That's restrained, actually. Is that good or bad? I ask, still grinning. It's early days yet. He tucks the token back into his pocket. How do you feel? Like the luckiest orc in Rach, I admit. Gusta, I have to say when you said work, this is not what I expected, but I am not complaining. Something sad flickers across his face. No, they never do. At first. He starts to walk away, then pauses. Get some rest, Turk. Tomorrow starts at sunrise. Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
I'll be there, I promise, and I mean it. I'm heading back toward the guest house, whistling a tavern song and thinking about whether I should stop by Hope's place for a victory drink, when I nearly collide with someone coming around a corner. Sorry, Oh, Frida! It's the woman from the tower. Up close, she's striking in a severe sort of way. Dark hair pulled back, sharp cheekbones, eyes that seem to see right through you. She's wearing practical clothes and carrying a basket of herbs, and she looks distinctly uncomfortable at having run into me. Turk, she acknowledges, her voice cool. I heard about the fortune-telling session last night, I say, still riding high on the day's events. The women were all very excited. Thank you for that. Sounds like you told them exactly what they wanted to hear. It's what I do, she says flatly. Well, you're good at it. They were all in wonderful spirits today. I lean against the wall, feeling generous and bold. Actually, I wanted to ask, is there anything I can help you with? Any tasks that need doing? I'm here to be useful, after all. Her expression doesn't change. I'm fine, thank you. Come on, there must be something. I flash her my best smile. Heavy lifting? Repairs? I'm very good with my hands. Very thorough. I lower my voice conspiratorially. And if you want, I could arrange a home visit. Private consultation. Just the two of us. I'd be happy to help with whatever you need. The color drains from her face. For a brief moment, I think she's going to slap me, or scream, or maybe laugh. Instead, she takes a step back, clutching her basket like a shield. No, she says, and her voice has gone cold as winter stone. No, thank you, I don't need that kind of help. I didn't mean to offend. I have to go. She's already moving past me, walking quickly toward her tower. Enjoy your evening, Turk. And she's gone, practically fleeing up the street. I stand there for a moment, confused. Did I say something wrong? I was just being friendly, offering to help, same as I'd offer any woman. Though I suppose she did seem pretty standoffish yesterday, too. Maybe she's just not interested. Some women aren't, and that's fine. Her loss, really. I resume my whistling, heading back to the guest house with a spring in my step. Tomorrow I'll be back at Ark's smithy, helping more grateful women, earning my keep in the most pleasant way imaginable. Life is good. Life is very, very good. Behind me, if I'd bothered to look back, I would have seen Frida standing at her tower window, watching me whistle my way home. But I don't look back. Why would I? I'm the luckiest orc alive.
Chapter 6. Frida. The morning sun catches on my teacup as I stand at the tower window, watching the village wake. Steam rises from the chamomile blend I've been nursing for the past hour, gone cold now as I've forgotten to drink it. Turk emerges from the guest house, and I find myself straightening despite being 3 stories up where he can't possibly see me. He's bouncing. Actually bouncing as he walks, like a puppy heading toward a treat. His stride is energetic, his shoulders are loose, and when Pip calls out a greeting, Turk's laugh carries all the way up to my tower. I expected exhaustion, fatigue, some sign that yesterday had taken a toll. Instead, he looks like he slept for a week. He disappears into Ark's smithy, and I realise I've been holding my breath. Day 2, I think. The Minotaur was flagging by day 2. The merchant could barely walk. But Turk just bounded in like he's off to his favourite tavern. I turn from the window, forcing myself to focus on the day ahead. Felix is due for his session in an hour. Then I have readings scheduled for this afternoon, though I suspect those will turn into something else entirely. They always do when there's a visitor. Felix arrives exactly on time, his embroidery basket tucked under one arm. He's working on a pastoral scene, sheep grazing under an impossibly blue sky, and the stitching is genuinely beautiful in that way that makes my chest ache. "How are you feeling today, Felix?" I ask, settling into my chair with my notebook. "Oh, fine, fine." He's already pulling out his work, his large scarred hands moving with practiced delicacy. Hope was in a wonderful mood this morning, humming even. Haven't heard her hum in months. "That's good," I say carefully. "It's the new helper." Felix glances up at me, and there's something knowing in his eyes. "The orc, Turk. Have you met him?" "Briefly. Strong one, that." Felix returns to his stitching, but his voice has gone soft. "Pip said he was at the smithy all day yesterday, sunrise to sundown. The women are very pleased." The way he says pleased makes my stomach turn. "And how does that make you feel?" I ask, because that's my job, to ask how things make them feel. Felix is quiet for a long while, his needle moving in and out of the fabric with mechanical precision. "Relieved, I suppose. When there's a visitor, the women are easier, less frustrated, less likely to take it out on us." He pauses. "Though I always wonder how long this one will last." "Last? They never stay, do they?" He ties off a thread with finality. "They arrive full of energy and good intentions. They help. They're grateful for the work, happy to be useful. And then..." He gestures vaguely with his needle. "They fade, or they run, or they just disappear." "The Minotaur ran," I say quietly. "Did he?" Felix looks at me over his embroidery hoop. "Or did he just finally stop coming back?" The question lingers in the air between us. "Let's talk about your turnip situation," I say, because I can't have this conversation. Can't acknowledge what we both know. "You mentioned Hope was dismissive." "She brought home the small ones this morning," Felix interrupts, and his smile is genuine. "Without me having to ask. She remembered." His eyes get suspiciously bright. "She can be thoughtful, you know, when she's not so tense. When she's getting her needs met elsewhere, I think but don't say." We spend the rest of the session discussing vegetables and emotional validation, and I make notes I'll never read again while Felix stitches his impossibly perfect sheep. The women arrive in a cluster around mid-afternoon, sweeping into my tower like a perfumed storm. I'd scheduled Charity for a reading at 2, but she's brought reinforcements. "Frida!" Charity's practically glowing. "We just had to come tell you. Your reading was perfect. Absolutely perfect. Everything you said about passion and connection." "He's incredible," Faith interrupts, fanning herself with her hand. "Frida, the attention to detail, the focus, those hands." "Faith, please." Prudence's tone is amused but proprietary. "We're in polite company." She turns to me with a knowing smile. Though she's not wrong. Our new guest is quite thorough in his assistance. I arrange my face into professional interest while my stomach does something complicated. "I'm glad you're all satisfied with your readings." "Oh, the readings were lovely," Hope says from where she's claimed my best chair. "But the reality is even better. He lasted the entire day yesterday, Frida, sunrise to sundown, and this morning he was back bright and early, ready to help again." Such stamina, Faith sighs, and so eager to please. He genuinely wants to help, you can tell. It's not just going through the motions. He's present, attentive, enthusiastic. Faith, I swear to the gods, Prudence warns, but she's smiling. I'm just saying, Charity's very lucky she found him first. Faith turns to Charity with a smile that has edges. Though I hope you're planning to share appropriately. Some of us have been waiting a very long time. Of course I'm sharing, Charity says, but her hand tightens on her basket. That's what the schedule is for. Though I did think, since I found him, perhaps I could have mornings and… The schedule is fair and equal, Patience cuts in from the doorway. I hadn't even heard her arrive. Minerva was very clear. Everyone gets their turn. No one monopolises. I'm not trying to monopolise, Charity protests. I just thought… 3 hours per appointment, Patience continues, as if Charity hasn't spoken. That gives us room for 4 appointments per day, with breaks for meals. We have 17 women who've registered interest. That's a 4-day rotation if everyone takes their full time. The numbers make my head spin. 17 women, 4 appointments per day, every day. What if he needs rest? I hear myself ask. 5 pairs of eyes turn to me. Rest? Hope laughs. Darling, have you seen him? He's built like a siege engine. Besides, he seems to love the work. Can't stop smiling. And he's so big, Faith adds, then catches herself. I mean, strong. So strong. He could probably help twice as many if we reduce the appointment times. We're not reducing times, Prudence says firmly. Quality over quantity, Faith. Some of us actually want to savour the experience. Some of us have been waiting 3 weeks, Faith shoots back. Since the Minotaur. Don't, Charity says sharply. We don't talk about the ones who leave. The room goes quiet. Tomorrow's schedule is set, Patience says into the silence. Hope has morning, I have midday, Prudence has afternoon, Minerva has evening. The day after we'll rotate to the next group. Everyone will get their turn. She makes it sound so reasonable, so fair and organised, like they're dividing up shifts for guard duty, not scheduling sexual encounters with a man who wandered into their village less than 2 days ago. Frida? Minerva's voice cuts through my thoughts. I hadn't noticed her arrive either, but she's standing in my doorway with that assessing look. You haven't registered for the schedule. I don't need to. Everyone has needs, Frida. Her smile doesn't reach her eyes. And our guest is here to help. It seems selfish to deny him the opportunity to assist you just because you're too proud to ask. I'm fine. Are you? She steps into the room fully. When did you last have company, Frida? Real company, not just your cards and your journals and your sad little therapy sessions. The other women have gone quiet, watching. My personal life is my concern, I say carefully. Of course it is. Minerva's tone suggests it's anything but. I just think it's interesting that you're so quick to help everyone else find satisfaction, but you won't allow yourself any. She pauses at the door. The offer stands. Just let Patience know when you'd like your appointment. They file out, still chattering about Turk's various attributes, leaving me alone in my tower with the lingering scent of their perfume and my cold tea. I go to the window. Down in the square I can see Ark's smithy at the edge of the village. The door is closed, but I know what's happening inside. Hope's appointment. She'll be there for 3 hours, and then Patience, and then Prudence, and then Minerva. 4 women, 12 hours of work. And tomorrow he'll do it again. He should be exhausted, I think. He should be breaking down. But when the door finally opens and Turk emerges, gods, is it evening already? He's laughing at something Hope said. His gait is still strong, his smile still genuine. He's thriving. That's what's unsettling. Not that he's declining, but that he's not. That he seems to genuinely enjoy this work, this endless parade of women who need his help. I watch him cross the square, and despite myself, I catalogue the details Faith and Charity were so eager to share. The breadth of his shoulders, the size of his hands, the easy grace in how he moves despite his size. Stop it, I tell myself. This is how it starts. You start watching, then you start wondering, then you start wanting. And wanting gets you nothing but hurt. The sun is setting when I see him again, this time in the square with Bramble. They're outside Bramble's cottage, and Turk has the massive man in what looks like a wrestling hold, playful, testing his strength. Bramble is laughing, but there's terror in his eyes, terror that comes from being physically overpowered, even in jest. It comes from years of the barrier making any hint of violence feel like drowning. "Easy, easy," Bramble gasps, still laughing. "You'll break me, you great beast." Turk releases him immediately, looking genuinely apologetic. Sorry. I forget my own strength sometimes. You all right?" Fine. Bramble's smile is tremulous. Just not used to that kind of vigour anymore. Let's get things done, but perhaps with less enthusiasm. They're both grinning, but I can see Bramble's hands shaking as he returns to his flowers. Turk doesn't notice. He's already waving goodbye, heading toward the guest house, probably for dinner before whoever has the evening appointment. And despite everything, despite knowing what's happening, despite knowing where this leads, despite my better judgment, I find myself smiling at his simpleness, his oblivious enthusiasm, the way he apologized so earnestly to Bramble for playing too rough, never realizing that rough play is exactly what the barrier has stolen from these men. He's like a puppy in a house of wounded cats. Too big, too energetic, too much for a place that's learned to survive through docile compliance. The women will break him. That's what happens to puppies in Ark's smithy. They break. My smile fades as I watch him disappear into the guest house, and I turn my focus away from the window before I can see who comes to collect him next. It's not my problem, I remind myself, but the lie is getting harder to believe.
Escape this world and step into one where romance and magic intertwine across realms, with stories that are not just standalone tales, but part of a vast, interconnected universe.
Imagine not just one, but 100 stories, where characters, destinies, and legends cross paths in unexpected ways.
100 audiobooks from the Romantasy 100 book bundle.
These aren't just isolated stories. They share themes, worlds, and threads that make every journey feel part of something grander.
Fated lovers, ancient prophecies, and the delicate balance between power and passion.
Get all of these stories today for a mind-blowing 90% off. That's right, 100 audiobooks for the price of 10.
800 hours of audio where these alpha males prove just how puny the human men of Protheka are. 12 complete series where they show their human women what they've been missing and more.
One-time purchase, lifetime access to a universe of interconnected magic and romance.
Protheka's magic is eternal. With the Romantasy 100 book bundle, your pleasure will be too. Chapter 7. Turk. I'm starting to lose track of which day this is. 4? 5? Time has a strange quality in Ark's smithy, both the village and the building. The days blend together in a haze of purple velvet and grateful sighs, punctuated by Prudence's meat pies and the steady climb of numbers on my wooden token. Not that I'm complaining. This morning I wake to find my score token reading 14, and I feel a surge of pride. 14 acts of service in less than a week. My brothers would. Well, they'd probably laugh themselves sick, but they'd also be impressed. In their own way. Gusta collects me at sunrise as usual, his morning greeting as tired as always. "Sleep well?" he asks, though his eyes suggest he already knows the answer. "Like the dead," I say cheerfully, which isn't entirely true. I had strange dreams last night, of drowning in silk, of Ark's painted face laughing at me, of hands pulling me deeper into purple darkness. But I feel fine now, energetic, ready to help. Today's schedule, Gusta says as we walk, consulting his ledger. Minerva has morning, Faith has midday, then you're done. Just 2? I try not to sound disappointed. Minerva requested extra time. Something flickers across his face. She's thorough in her requirements. Ark's smithy looms ahead, its weathered exterior somehow both familiar and unsettling in the morning light. The rusty anvil outside seems like a joke now, a prop in an elaborate performance I'm only beginning to understand. Turk, Gusta says quietly as he unlocks the door. If you need to stop early today. I'm fine, I assure him. Happy to help. Minerva doesn't knock like the others. The door simply opens and she strides in like she owns the place, which, in a way, she does. She's dressed for business. Severe black dress buttoned to the throat, hair pinned in a ruthless chignon, ledger tucked under one arm like a weapon. But her eyes are fever-bright, pupils blown wide. She sets the ledger down with a decisive click. 14, she says, glancing at my token on the side table. Impressive, but insufficient. I require completion. I'm already naked, standard protocol by now, and my manhood gives a tired but obedient twitch at the tone in her voice. She notices, of course. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. I step out of Ark's smithy to find the village square bathed in golden evening light. Gusta is waiting with his ledger, but he doesn't meet my eyes as he updates my token. 16, he says quietly. Good day's work, I manage, though my voice sounds strange to my own ears. Go rest, Turk. Gusta's tone is gentle. You've earned it. I'm halfway across the square when I hear running footsteps behind me. Turk! Turk, wait! I turn to find Charity hurrying toward me, her dress hiked up, her face flushed with excitement. Or something else. Charity, I say, trying to keep my tone friendly despite how much I want to collapse into bed. I'm just heading to... I know. You must be exhausted. She catches my arm, her fingers tight. But I was hoping... I know your shift is over, but could you possibly help me? Just one more time? It won't take long, I promise. Please. The word no forms in my mind. Clear. Simple. 2 letters. It dies before reaching my lips. I'm pretty tired, Charity. Maybe tomorrow. Please? Her eyes are wide, desperate. I've been waiting all day. Everyone else got their turn, and I've just been... waiting. Hoping. Please, Turk. I found you first. Don't I deserve another turn? The logic is flawed. I know it's flawed. But she's looking at me with such need, and I did promise to help. And how long can it really take? All right, I hear myself say. Just... quickly, though. Her smile is radiant. It's not quick. Nothing with Charity is quick. She's enthusiastic and creative, and keeps thanking me for being so generous with my time in ways that make it impossible to say we need to stop. By the time we're done, it's full dark outside and I can barely stand. My hands are definitely shaking now. Not just tired tremors, but something deeper, like my bones have gone soft. When I try to remember what day of the week it is, my mind goes blank. You're amazing, Charity breathes, kissing my cheek. Absolutely amazing. The other women were right. You really are stiffy. I manage a weak smile. Getting dressed takes longer than it should. My fingers don't want to work properly, and I drop my belt twice before managing to buckle it. Charity doesn't notice. She's already at the door, promising to see me tomorrow, thanking me again for going the extra mile. The walk back to the guest house feels like it takes hours. The village is quiet now, most people already inside for the night. Only the tavern still shows lights, and I can hear Hope's laughter carrying across the square. I should stop in, have a drink, celebrate another successful day of helping. But my legs are carrying me toward the guest house almost on their own, and all I can think about is sleep. I push open the door and stop dead. The room has been transformed. The simple table that usually holds a water pitcher now groans under the weight of a feast. Roasted meats, chicken, pork, what might be venison, fresh bread still steaming, wheels of cheese, fruits piled in elaborate arrangements, 3 bottles of wine already uncorked, pastries that could only be Prudence's work, and in the center of it all, propped against a wine bottle, a note written in flowing script. From the grateful ladies of Ark's smithy, you have brought joy and satisfaction to our humble village. May Ark bless you in all your endeavors, Stiffy. You are a gift. I stand there for a long moment, swaying slightly, trying to process what I'm seeing. They did this, for me, because I helped them. Something warm swells in my chest. Pride, gratitude, belonging. These women appreciate me, value me. They prepared a feast in my honor. I tear into the food with enthusiasm that surprises me, suddenly ravenous despite my exhaustion. The meat is perfectly cooked, the bread is soft and warm, the wine is rich and smooth. I eat until I can barely move, drink until my head is pleasantly fuzzy. Stiffy, I say aloud, testing the nickname. It makes me laugh, a sound that comes out slightly too loud, slightly too long. Through the window I can see Frida's tower across the square. Her window is lit, a single candle flame visible in the darkness. I think about her coldness, the way she fled from my offer of help, and for a minute I feel bad. She's missing out on all this. The community, the belonging, the appreciation, her loss, really. I pour another glass of wine and raise it toward her distant window in a mock toast. To helpful orcs, I declare to the empty room, and the women who appreciate them. My hand is shaking so badly that wine sloshes over the rim, staining the table dark red. I stare at it for a moment, confused. When did that start? But the thought slips away like water, and I drain the glass in one long swallow. Tomorrow I'll be back at Ark's smithy. More women to help, more scores to earn, more appreciation to bask in. Life is good. Life is very, very good. I collapse into bed, fully clothed, the room spinning pleasantly around me. The last thing I see before sleep takes me is Ark's face in my mind, that painted expression of eternal ecstasy, watching me with knowing eyes. Happy to help, I think. Always happy to help. Even as somewhere deep inside, something small and frightened whispers that maybe, just maybe, this is a little too much of a dream come true.
Chapter 8. Frida. The therapy session has been going for 40 minutes, and Felix hasn't mentioned turnips once. That should be a good sign. It isn't. The new helper, he says again, his embroidery lying forgotten in his lap. Turk. He spoke to me yesterday. Actually spoke to me, I mean, not just pleasantries. What did he say? I ask, though part of me doesn't want to know. He asked about my stitching, wanted to know how long it took to learn. Felix's hands twist together. And he meant it, Frida. He wasn't being condescending or humouring me. He was genuinely interested. That's nice, I manage. He told me about his brother, an orc who does leatherwork, apparently. Said my embroidery reminded him of it. The precision, the patience. Felix's eyes are bright, and I realise with horror that he might cry. No one's compared my work to a warrior's craft in... I can't remember how long. Well, that's a good thing. Hold on to that. It is the best thing I can think of. He treated me like I was still a man. Felix whispers. Not a broken thing to be managed. An actual man. He's an orc. You know what I mean, he has a stick like me, but his is stiff and mine is limp, I say, like a tiny sprig of hopelessness. My throat is tight. How did that make you feel? Suddenly he leaps to his feet and grabs his sprig. I want a stiff one too. Perhaps you should sit down, Felix. He does. Yes, I'm sorry about that. He says. And all this, you have seen so many come and go before. What is so different about this one that affects you so deeply? Sad. His voice cracks. Because he won't last either. They never do. And when he's gone, we'll all still be here, and nothing will have changed. I have no response to that. No therapeutic platitude that can paper over the truth we both know. Felix picks up his embroidery again, his hands moving with mechanical precision. If I asked you politely, would you rub my sprig? I think if I do, it would free me from these mind-numbing sessions with this waste of a man. No. The afternoon brings an emergency gathering. All the women crowding into my tower like they own it, which in a way they do. Everything in Ark's smithy belongs to them, one way or another. We need to discuss the situation, Minerva announces without preamble. She's standing at the head of my table like it's a war council, which I suppose it is. What situation? I ask, though I already know. The schedule. Faith is fanning herself again, her face flushed. It's not working. Some of us need more time and... The schedule is fair, Patience cuts in. 3 hours each, rotation every 4 days. That's what we agreed. But he's so good, Charity whines. And he genuinely wants to help. Yesterday after his shift ended, I asked for just one more. We all saw you, Prudence says dryly. You weren't exactly subtle about it. The point, Minerva says, her voice sharp enough to cut glass, is that our guest is proving to be exceptionally durable, which means we need to maximise efficiency. The way she says durable makes my skin crawl. What are you proposing? Hope asks, leaning forward with interest. Extended hours. Minerva produces a ledger. Of course she has a ledger. Currently we're operating sunrise to sundown, approximately 12 hours, with 4 3-hour appointments. But if he's willing to work later... He can't say no, I hear myself say. 5 pairs of eyes turn to me. What was that, Frida? Minerva's tone is dangerous. I said he can't say no. The words are out before I can stop them. You've all noticed it, haven't you? He's incapable of refusing a direct plea for help. That's not consent. That's exploitation. The silence is deafening. Then Charity laughs. Oh, Frida, don't be so dramatic. He loves it. Have you seen him? He's always smiling, always happy. If he didn't want to help, he could just leave. Could he? I look at each of them in turn. Could he really? When did a visitor last visit Ark's smithy? The Minotaur left, Faith says quickly. And died in the forest, I finish. Or did you all forget that part? We don't know that he died, Hope says, but her voice lacks conviction. We don't know that he didn't. I stand up, suddenly unable to sit still. And what about the merchant? Where is he now? Or the Naga? Or any of the others who've stumbled through that barrier? The merchant is happy here, Minerva says coldly. He helps Pip with the gardens, Bramble with the flowers. He's found a place. He's broken, I correct. They're all broken, and you're going to break this one too. Minerva rises slowly, her eyes like ice. I think you're forgetting your place, Frida. Your role here is to provide therapeutic support and fortune-telling services, not to question how the village operates. My role, your role, she continues, speaking over me, is what I say it is. And right now I'm telling you to remember that you live here by our grace. You eat by our grace. This tower, your practice, your entire existence in Ark's smithy, all by our grace. She leans forward. Do you understand me? I understand perfectly. I've always understood. The threat has always been there, unspoken but clear. Comply, or join the broken men in the square. I understand, I say quietly. Good. Minerva smooths her skirts. Now, about the extended hours. Show of hands. Who thinks our guest would be willing to help a bit longer each evening? Every hand goes up except mine. Excellent. Patience, you'll implement the new schedule tomorrow. An additional 2 appointments per evening, 1 hour each. We'll call them special requests. He'll collapse, I say. He's an orc, Faith says dismissively. They're built for endurance. He's still mortal. And he's here to help, Charity adds. That's what he signed up for when he entered the village. To be useful, to contribute, to help people who need him. They actually believe that. They've convinced themselves that draining a man's soul through constant sexual exploitation is somehow a service he's providing willingly. The worst part is that Turk probably believes it too. If there's nothing else, Minerva says, already heading toward the door. Frida, I trust you'll keep this conversation confidential. We wouldn't want to worry our guest with administrative details. They file out, already discussing who gets the new evening slots, leaving me alone with the scent of their perfume and my own impotent rage. I move closer to the window. Across the square, Ark's smithy sits quiet in the afternoon light. But I know what will happen tonight when they implement their special requests. And I know I'm not going to do anything to stop it. Because I'm a coward. Because the alternative is to end up like Felix, stitching my life away while trying to remember what it felt like to be whole. Because Minerva was right. I exist here by their grace, and grace can be withdrawn. Movement catches my eye. Turk is emerging from Hope's tavern, laughing at something. Even from here, I can see the slight tremor in his hands as he waves goodbye. The way he leans against the doorframe for just a moment before straightening. He's starting to break. But he's still smiling, still helpful, still doomed. I watch him cross the square, and I'm struck by a sudden, unwanted thought. What would it be like to be the one who saves him? Not for his sake, or not entirely for his sake, but for mine. To do one brave thing, one honest thing. To break the cycle I've been trapped in for years, watching and documenting and doing nothing while good people are destroyed. The lover's card flashes in my mind. The hanged man. Death. Sacrifice. Transformation. New beginnings. Don't be stupid, I tell my reflection in the window. You can't save him. You can barely save yourself. But the thought won't leave. It sits in my chest like a coal, warm and dangerous, threatening to ignite something I've kept carefully dampened for years. Hope. I move farther from the window before I can do something foolish. Like care. Like try. Like believe that anything in Ark's smithy could ever change.
Chapter 9. Turk. The knocking penetrates my skull like a pickaxe. Turk? Turk, are you awake? I try to open my eyes. They feel gummed shut, like someone poured honey over them while I slept. My mouth tastes like something died in it, probably related to the 3 bottles of wine I remember finishing last night. Or was it 4? Turk? The knocking grows more insistent. It's past sunrise, you're late. Late. The word finally breaks through the fog. I'm supposed to be at Ark's smithy. I force myself upright, and immediately regret it. The room spins, my stomach lurches, and every muscle in my body screams in protest. This isn't a normal hangover. This is something deeper, like my bones have turned to lead and my blood to molasses. Coming, I croak, though it comes out more like a dying animal's wheeze. Getting dressed takes twice as long as it should. My fingers won't cooperate with buttons. I drop my belt 3 times. When I finally stumble to the door, Gusta takes one look at me, and his expression cycles through concern, pity, and resignation. "Rough night?" he asks quietly. "Just tired." I lean against the doorframe, trying to will my legs to stop shaking. "Give me a moment, I'll be fine." "Turk, you don't have to." "I'm fine," I insist, forcing myself to stand straight. The village square tilts alarmingly, but I manage to stay upright. "Let's go. Don't want to keep the ladies waiting." Gusta looks like he wants to say something else, but he just sighs and starts walking. I follow, concentrating on putting one foot in front of the other without falling over. The morning is too bright, the birds are too loud, and every step sends jolts of pain through joints that shouldn't hurt. When did I get old? I'm barely 30 summers. I should be in my prime. "How many days has it been?" I ask Gusta, genuinely confused. He glances at me sharply. "Since you arrived? 6 days." 6 days. It feels like longer, or maybe shorter. Time has that strange quality here, like trying to hold water in your hands. At Ark's smithy's door, Gusta hesitates. "If you need to leave early today, I'll be fine," I repeat, though I'm not sure who I'm trying to convince. He unlocks the door and I step inside. The incense smell that seemed exotic before now makes my stomach turn. The red-shaded lamps hurt my eyes, and Ark's painted face above the bed seems to be mocking me. The door opens behind me, and a woman I vaguely recognize enters. She's been here before. 2nd or 3rd day, maybe. Her name escapes me. "Good morning," she purrs, already unlacing her dress. "Ready to help me again?" I want to say no. The word is right there. So simple, just 2 letters. "Of course," I hear myself say instead. Always happy to help. The woman, Endeavor, I think, or maybe it's the one from the tavern. No, wait. This is the one with the red hair and the cruel mouth. Doesn't matter. She's already naked by the time she reaches the bed, dress in a puddle by the door, eyes glittering with the same hunger that used to make me feel 10 feet tall. She shoves me backward onto the silk sheets. My head hits the furs with a dull thump that sends fresh pains spiking behind my eyes. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
Ark stares down from the painting, eternal grin frozen in place. I don't feel lucky. I feel hollow. It's a disaster. That's the only word for it. My body won't cooperate. My mind keeps drifting. Everything that should come naturally requires enormous effort. And even then, it's not working properly. The woman, gods, I still can't remember her name, tries to be patient at first, then encouraging, then frustrated. Finally, she gives up with a huff of annoyance. Maybe you should rest more, she says, though her tone suggests she thinks the problem is my lack of commitment rather than exhaustion. The other women said you were amazing. I was expecting more. She leaves without another word, and I'm alone with Ark's judging face. I lie on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and try to remember when I last felt actually rested. Not just not in pain from the barriers healing, but genuinely rested, energized, whole. I can't. The door opens again too soon. Another woman. I don't think I've seen her before, but she has a pretty face, soft brown curls, and big tits that strain against the modest bodice of her dress. That will help, I hope. Anything to get the blood moving again. She closes the door gently, almost reverently, and stands with her hands clasped in front of her, like she's about to recite a prayer. "I will be frank," she says, voice quiet but steady. "I'd like you to take me the way a husband would take his wife. I seek no pleasure, only yours, as it is my duty. I shall lie on my back, pull up my skirt, and spread my legs for you, husband. Please use me as you see fit." Something inside me shifts. I stand there, chest tight, not knowing what to say. She pulls her skirt down, smooths it with shaking fingers, then sits up slowly. "Thank you," she says quietly. "Truly." She kisses my cheek, soft, grateful, then slips out the door without another word. I'm left alone in the incense-thick room, manhood still half hard, heart pounding with something that feels dangerous. I check my reflection in the small mirror someone hung on the wall. The face looking back doesn't quite seem like mine. My eyes are hollow, ringed with darkness. My skin has a grayish cast. Even my tusks seem duller somehow. When did that happen? There's supposed to be a third appointment, but when the door opens, it's Gusta instead of another woman. "She canceled," he says quietly. "Said she'd heard you weren't performing up to standard. Wanted to wait until you were back to normal." The relief is so intense it makes me dizzy. "So I can rest?" "Until tomorrow, yes." He holds up my token. "The number hasn't changed from yesterday. Turk, maybe you should consider—" "I'm fine," I say automatically. "Just a rough morning. I'll be better tomorrow." Gusta looks at me for a long moment, then shakes his head. "The guest house, then. Get some sleep." The afternoon sun is too bright as I stumble across the square. My legs feel like they're made of wet cloth, and I have to stop twice to catch my breath. People are staring, I can feel it, but I keep my head down and focus on reaching the guest house. I'm almost there when I collide with someone coming around a corner. "Sorry, Watch where you're... Turk?" It's Frida. Up close, in daylight, she's even more striking than I remembered. Sharp cheekbones, intelligent eyes, dark hair pulled back in a way that should be severe, but somehow isn't. She's carrying a basket of herbs and she's looking at me with an expression I can't quite read. Concern, maybe. "Frida," I manage, trying to pull myself together. "Sorry, wasn't watching where I was going. Are you all right?" She sets down her basket and her hand reaches out, almost touches my arm, then pulls back. "You look... tired. I know." I try to smile, but it feels wrong on my face. "Long day at the smithy." Something flickers across her face. I'm sure it was. There's something in her tone, not mockery exactly, but not sympathy either. Something complex that my exhausted brain can't parse. "The women love you," she continues, and now there's definitely an edge to her voice. "You're all anyone talks about. Stiffy, the miracle worker, the one who's always happy to help." "I do my best," I say, defensive without quite knowing why. "Do you?" She's studying me now, really looking at me, and I have the uncomfortable sensation of being seen. "Or do you just say yes because you literally can't say no?" The words hit harder than they should. "I don't know what you mean." "Don't you?" She steps closer and I catch her scent. Herbs and something cleaner, sharper. Nothing like the heavy perfumes in Ark's smithy. "When did you last want to refuse someone and actually manage to?" I open my mouth to respond, but nothing comes out. Because I can't remember. Can't remember the last time I said no to a request for help. That's what I thought. Her voice has gone softer, almost gentle. "Turk, you don't look well. You look like you're..." "I'm fine," I interrupt, but the words come out harsh, angry. "Everyone keeps saying that. Gusta, you, probably the women when they think I'm not listening. But I'm fine. I'm helping people. I'm earning my keep. I'm dying," she finishes quietly. The word hovers in the air between us like smoke. "That's dramatic," I say, but my voice shakes. "Is it?" She picks up her basket again, but doesn't leave. How much do you weigh now compared to when you arrived? How are you sleeping? When you look in the mirror, do you recognize the person looking back? I want to tell her she's wrong. Want to laugh it off. Want to do anything except acknowledge the truth in her words. But I'm so tired. Why do you care? I ask instead. The question seems to catch her off guard. She opens her mouth, closes it, looks away. I don't, she says finally, but it sounds like a lie. I've seen this before. The pattern. It always ends the same way. Maybe I'm different. That's what they all think. She starts to walk past me, then pauses. For what it's worth, I hope you are. Different, I mean. Frida, get some rest, Turk. And then she's gone, walking quickly toward her tower, leaving me standing alone in the square with her words echoing in my head. Dying. I make it to the guest house and collapse onto the bed. Sleep should come immediately. I'm exhausted enough. But instead I lie there, staring at the ceiling, thinking about Frida's eyes. She looked at me differently than the others. Not with hunger or calculation or even gratitude. She looked at me as if I was a person. A complicated, flawed, endangered person. It's been a long time since anyone looked at me like that. I'm still lying there, somewhere between awake and asleep, when there's a sharp knock at the door. Turk? It's Hope. I know you had a rough day, but I was wondering, could you help me? Just for an hour? Please? I really need... The word no forms in my mind. Number. I'm exhausted. I need rest. I need to stop. Of course, I hear myself say, already sitting up. Just give me a moment. And as I drag myself to the door, as Hope's grateful smile washes over me, as I follow her back toward Ark's smithy, despite every fiber of my being screaming to refuse, I understand with perfect clarity what Frida meant. I'm not just tired. I'm trapped. And I have no idea how to escape.
Chapter 10. Frida. I wake before dawn, which isn't unusual. What's unusual is that I know exactly why. Him. I lie in bed, staring at the ceiling of my tower room, and curse myself for caring, for noticing, for letting that brief conversation yesterday burrow under my skin like a splinter I can't dig out. You look like you're dying. The words had come out before I could stop them, and the look on his face, confusion mixed with dawning horror mixed with stubborn denial, has been haunting me ever since. I should have kept walking, should have maintained my careful distance, should have done what I've always done, observe, document mentally, and survive. Instead, I'm lying here thinking about the tremor in his hands, the hollow look in his eyes, the way he leaned against the wall like his legs might give out at any moment, and other things I shouldn't be thinking about. The breadth of his shoulders, the size of his hands, the way the women talk about him with that particular breathless quality that makes it very clear what kind of help he's providing. Stiffy. I roll over, punching my pillow with more force than necessary. It's not my problem. It's not my problem. It's not. Through my window I can see the first hints of dawn touching the village square. Soon Gusta will be knocking on Turk's door. Soon another day of systematic exploitation will begin. And I'll watch, like I always watch, like the coward I am. The tower is silent except for the soft crackle of the dying fire and my own uneven breathing. I lie on my back, nightgown rucked up around my hips, thighs already pressed together in useless friction. I tell myself to stop, to get up, to work. Instead, my hand drifts down. I hate how wet I already am, slick, swollen, aching before I've even touched myself properly. It's been months since I've let myself feel this much. Years, maybe. The village men are broken dolls, the women are predators, and I've trained myself to want nothing at all. Until him, Turk.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for this platform.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, We have to abide by this platform's guidelines.
To get the full unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable. Then the shame creeps in. Hot, familiar, bitter. Not because I touched myself. I've earned the right to my own pleasure. But because I spent it all on him. On a man who's being systematically hollowed out while the village cheers. On a man who looked at me yesterday like he was seeing a lifeline, and I walked away. I pull my nightgown down with shaking hands, wipe my fingers on the already ruined sheet, and stare at the ceiling. Then I force myself up. I force myself out of bed, splash cold water on my face, and dress with mechanical efficiency. The morning routine helps. Chamomile tea, notes for today's sessions. Pretending I'm a professional therapist in a normal village rather than a coward in a gilded cage. Through the window I see Gusta crossing the square toward the guest house. And then I see Turk emerge. Even from 3 stories up, I can tell he's worse. He moves like every step hurts, like his bones are made of glass. Gusta has to steady him at one point, and even then Turk nearly stumbles. But he's going, still happy to help. I watch them disappear toward Ark's smithy, and something cold settles in my chest. He has maybe a week left, maybe less. Then he'll be another Felix, stitching his life away. Another bramble, weeping over flowers. Another broken shell saying, "Let's get things done," with dead eyes. If he's lucky. If he's not, he'll be like the Minotaur, trying to leave, collapsing in the forest, dying alone with that haunted look in his eyes. I turn away from the window and nearly scream. Minerva is standing in my doorway. "You need to lock your door," she says mildly, though there's nothing mild about the way she's looking at me. Anyone could just walk in. "What do you want, Minerva?" "Emergency meeting. All the women. Downstairs in 10 minutes. She doesn't wait for a response, just turns and descends the tower stairs with measured steps. I take my time finishing my tea, a small act of rebellion that costs me nothing, but makes me feel slightly less powerless. They're all crowded into my ground floor consultation room by the time I descend, the core group at least. Minerva, Charity, Faith, Hope, Prudence, Patience, the ones who've been most enthusiastic about Turk's services. "Thank you for joining us, Frida," Minerva says with false sweetness. "We need to discuss our guest's recent performance issues." "Performance issues," I repeat flatly. "He's struggling," Charity says, and she actually sounds concerned. "Yesterday he could barely... it took so long, and even then he seemed out of it, not present." "Maybe he needs rest," I suggest carefully. "Maybe he needs motivation," Faith counters. "We're being too soft on him. He's an orc. They respond to challenge, to competition. If we push him harder, he'll die," I say. The room goes quiet. "Don't be dramatic," Hope says, but she won't meet my eyes. "He's just tired. A day of rest, maybe 2, and he'll be fine." "Will he?" I look at each of them in turn. "When's the last time you actually looked at him? Not at what he can do for you, but at him. At his eyes. At his hands. At the way he moves." "We look at him plenty," Prudence says with a knowing smile that makes my skin crawl. "He's declining," I press, "rapidly, and you all know it." "So we give him today off," Charity says. "Let him rest. Tomorrow he'll be back to normal." "Tomorrow we continue the schedule," Minerva says firmly. "With or without rest. We have 17 women who've registered for time. We can't let one person's temporary fatigue disrupt everything." "Temporary?" I repeat. You think this is temporary? I think, Minerva says, her voice gone cold, that you're overstepping your role. Again. This is the second time in as many days you've questioned how this village operates. I'm starting to wonder if you're suited for your position here. The threat is clear. Comply or be broken. I should back down, should apologise, should return to my tower and my cards and my careful, cowardly distance. Instead, I move to the window. Across the square, I can see Ark's smithy and imagine the half-broken orc inside, hoping that today no one comes. Meeting adjourned, Minerva says. Frida, a word. The others file out, some looking uncomfortable, others already discussing who gets evening appointments now that Turk's having performance issues. When we're alone, Minerva steps close enough that I can smell her expensive perfume. I've been very patient with you, she says quietly. Very understanding of your eccentricities. But my patience has limits. Her smile is sharp. Remember what happened to the last person who tried to interfere with village operations? I do remember. A man named Jakob 15 years ago, who'd tried to organise the other men, tried to petition for changes to the barrier, to the system. He'd disappeared one night. The official story was that he'd left. But I'd seen the fear in the other men's eyes after, the way they'd stopped whispering about change. I understand, I say. Good. Minerva smooths her skirts. Then we won't have any more problems, will we? She leaves, and I'm alone with the morning light and my cowardice and the sound of my own heartbeat thundering in my ears. I return to the window, and I watch. It's past midday when the door to Ark's smithy opens and Turk stumbles out. He makes it 3 steps before his legs give out. He catches himself on the wall, but just barely. His whole body is shaking, and even from 3 stories up, I can see the greyish cast to his skin, the way he's hunched like an old man. The woman who exits behind him, I think it's one of the newer ones, someone from the second rotation, looks annoyed rather than concerned. Maybe tomorrow you'll be more focused, she says, loud enough that her voice carries. I didn't wait 3 weeks for that. She stalks off toward the village centre, already calling for Gusta to report her dissatisfaction. Turk remains slumped against the wall, one hand pressed to his chest like he can't breathe properly. No one else is around. No one else sees. Just me, always just me, watching from my tower while good people are destroyed. The lover's card flashes in my mind. The hanged man. Death. Sacrifice. Transformation. New beginnings. Damn it, I whisper to the empty room, and I'm moving before I can think better of it, down the tower stairs, across the square, my heart hammering so hard I can barely breathe. Turk looks up as I approach, and the confusion in his eyes breaks something in my chest. Frida? What? Can you walk? I ask, slipping under his arm to support his weight. I'm fine. I just need a minute. You're not fine. You're barely conscious. I start steering him away from Ark's smithy, back toward my tower. Come on. I can't. I have another appointment in 2 hours. I need to rest and then... No! The word comes out fierce, final. He blinks at me, startled. No, I repeat. No more appointments. No more Ark's smithy. No more slowly killing yourself because you can't say no. Frida, I don't understand. I know you don't. That's the problem. We're at my tower now. I help him inside, grateful that no one's around to see. Up the stairs. Come on. He's too exhausted to argue, following me on instinct. By the time we reach my room at the top, he's gasping for breath. I lock the door behind us. The sound of the bolt sliding home seems to wake something in him. He turns, confusion giving way to alarm. What are you doing? Saving your life, probably. I don't need... He reaches for the door, tries the handle. Let me out. I have work. They're expecting me. They're killing you, They're giving me purpose. They need me. His voice rises, desperate. I'm helping them. I'm important. You're dying, I say flatly. Look at yourself, Turk. Actually look. I grab his arm, drag him to the small mirror on my wall. He resists at first, then goes still when he sees his reflection. The man looking back is a shadow, hollow-eyed, gaunt-cheeked, with skin the colour of old ash. His hands tremble constantly now, and there's something broken in his expression that even he can't deny. He reaches toward the mirror, touching his reflection like he can't believe what he's seeing. I was fine yesterday. You haven't been fine since day 3, I tell him. You've just been too busy being helpful to notice. He slumps against the wall, sliding down until he's sitting on my floor, and for a moment, I think he might cry. I can't say no, he whispers. They ask, and I want to refuse, but the words won't come. It's like there's something wrong with me, like I'm broken. You're not broken. I kneel beside him. You're being exploited. There's a difference. But they don't need you. They want you, and they'll take everything you have until there's nothing left but an empty shell that says, let's get things done, with dead eyes. He looks at me properly for the first time, really looks, and I see the moment he understands. Like the men, he says slowly. Felix, Bramble, Pip, they're all broken by the same system, just more slowly. They lasted longer because the barrier got to them first. I sit back on my heels. You're still intact enough to recognize what's happening. That's why you have to stop now before... The pounding on my door cuts me off. Frida! It's Charity's voice, high and panicked. Frida, open this door! Where's Turk? That's Faith. Someone said they saw you taking him. He has an appointment. Patience now, cold and commanding. You have no right to interfere with the schedule. More voices join in, more pounding, the whole toxic mob of them, demanding their property back. I meet Turk's eyes. He looks terrified, but also something else, something like hope. Are you sure about this? He asks quietly. They'll make you pay. Minerva will. I'm sure. And I am. I'm absolutely sure about something. I stand, walk to the door and call through it. Turk is under therapeutic care. He's not available for appointments until further notice. The pounding intensifies. Open this door! Minerva's voice cuts through the others like a blade. Open it now, or I'll have it broken down. Break it down then, I call back. But you're not getting him. Silence on the other side. Then Minerva's voice, low and venomous. You've just made the biggest mistake of your life, Frida. When we get that door open, and we will, you'll wish you'd never interfered. You'll end up just like Jacob. Do you hear me? Just like Jacob. I press my back against the door, my heart hammering, and look at Turk. He's standing now, swaying but standing, and there's something in his eyes I haven't seen before. Not just fear, but also gratitude. Thank you, he whispers. Don't thank me yet, I say. We're not safe, not by a long shot. But as the women rage outside my door, as Minerva's threats echo up the stairwell, as I realise I've just burned every bridge I had in Ark's smithy, I can't quite bring myself to regret it.
Chapter 11. Turk. I wake to unfamiliar silence. No knocking. No Gusta's apologetic voice. No expectation of Ark's smithy waiting with its purple velvet and painted god. Just quiet. For a moment I cannot remember where I am. The ceiling above me is stone, not wood. The bed beneath me is narrow and hard, not the soft guest house mattress. And the light coming through the window is wrong. Too high, too bright. Then it comes flooding back. Frida. The tower. The locked door. The angry voices outside. You're dying. I sit up slowly, every muscle protesting. My head pounds with a rhythm that has nothing to do with wine, and my hands are shaking badly enough that I have to grip the edge of the bed to steady them. The room is small but tidy. Frida's bedroom, I realize with a start. There's a desk covered in books and papers, a wardrobe, dried herbs hanging from the rafters. She must have given me her bed and slept. Where? On the floor? You're awake. I turn to find her standing in the doorway with a tray. She looks tired, dark circles under her eyes, her hair loose around her shoulders instead of pulled back. She's wearing a simple nightgown covered by a robe, and I feel a flush of embarrassment at the intimacy of it. How long was I asleep? My voice comes out rough, like I've been screaming. 16 hours, give or take. She sets the tray on the desk. Bread, cheese, what looks like weak broth. You collapsed about an hour after I locked the door. I couldn't wake you, so I just let you sleep. 16 hours. I've never slept that long in my life. The women gave up around midnight. For now. She hands me a cup of broth. Drink this. Slowly. The broth is warm and salty and tastes better than anything I can remember. I drain it in 3 long swallows, then immediately regret it as my stomach cramps in protest. I said slowly, Frida chides, but there's something almost fond in her tone. I need to get back, I say, setting down the cup. They're expecting me. I have appointments. No. The word is flat, final. I look at her properly since waking, and there's steel in her eyes I didn't see yesterday. Frida, you don't understand. They need me. I promised to help. You promised to earn your keep, not to screw yourself to death. She doesn't flinch at the crudeness. That's what's happening, Turk. You're dying. Your body is shutting down. Another week at most and you'd be a hollow shell like Felix, or dead like the Minotaur. The Minotaur died from his wounds. The Minotaur died from soul drain, same as you're experiencing. She sits on the edge of the bed, close enough that I can smell the herbs on her skin. Your wounds healed the moment you crossed the barrier, but healing physical damage while simultaneously draining life force? That's what the barrier does to visitors. It keeps you functional just long enough for them to work you to death. My hands are shaking worse now, and it's not from hunger. I can't just stop. They need help. Real help. They're lonely and frustrated and they'll drain you dry without a second thought because that's what this village does. Her voice softens slightly. Turk, listen to me. Those women don't care about you. They care about what you can do for them. The moment you can't perform anymore, they'll discard you like the Minotaur, like the merchant, like all the others. But I promised. You can't keep promises if you're dead. The simple truth of it hits me like a fist. I slump back against the wall, suddenly exhausted despite 16 hours of sleep. I don't have any idea how to stop, I whisper. When they ask, I want to say no. The word is right there, but it won't come out. It's like there's something wrong with me. There's nothing wrong with you. Frida's hand finds mine, her fingers cool against my fevered skin. You're helpful by nature. That's not a flaw. But these women are exploiting that nature, weaponizing your inability to refuse. That's on them, not you. I want to believe her. Gods, I want to believe her so badly. But the guilt sits heavy in my chest like a stone. All those women, waiting for me, depending on me. And I'm hiding in a tower like a coward. What if you're wrong? I ask. What if I'm just tired? What if a few days rest and I'll be fine? She's quiet for a long time, studying my face. Then she stands and moves to her desk, pulling out a small hand mirror. Look at yourself, she says, holding it up. Really look. The face in the mirror is a stranger's. Sunken cheeks, hollow eyes, skin the color of old parchment. My tusks seem too large for my face now, and there's a tremor in my jaw I can't control. When did this happen? How did I not see it? That's 6 days of helping, Frida says quietly. 6 days of giving everything you have until there's nothing left. And you want to go back for more? The mirror slips from my nerveless fingers, clattering on the desk. I don't know what else to do, I admit. Being helpful is who I am. Without that, what am I? Alive. She kneels beside the bed again, forcing me to meet her eyes. You're alive, Turk. And you're more than just a helpful orc. You're kind. Genuine. You treated Felix with respect when no one else does. You apologized to Bramble for playing too rough. You're a person, not just a tool for other people's needs. Something in my chest cracks at her words. No one said anything like that to me in... I can't remember how long. Why are you doing this? I ask. Helping me. You barely know me, and now you've put yourself in danger. Because I'm tired of watching good people be destroyed. Her voice is fierce now. Because I've stood in that tower for years, documenting the decline, telling myself it's not my problem, and I'm done. I'm done being a coward. You're not a coward. I was. She stands abruptly, moving back to the window. For 15 years, I've watched this village grind visitors into dust, watched the barrier break every man who stays too long. And I did nothing. Told myself I was surviving, that interfering would only get me hurt too. Frida, but watching you yesterday, seeing you collapse outside Ark's smithy, while that woman complained about your performance. She's gripping the windowsill hard enough that her knuckles are white. I couldn't do it anymore. Couldn't just watch another good person be destroyed while I hid in my tower and pretended it wasn't my responsibility. I want to go to her. Want to put my hands on her shoulders, turn her around, tell her she's braver than she knows. But my legs won't hold me. When I try to stand, the room spins and I have to sit back down hard on the bed. Easy, Frida says, turning. You're still weak. It'll take days for your strength to return, maybe longer. Days I don't have. I gesture toward the locked door. They're not going to just let me rest. Minerva will find a way in, and when she does, we'll deal with it. But there's uncertainty in her voice that wasn't there before. A sound from outside makes us both freeze. Footsteps on the stairs. Then Gusta's voice, apologetic and strained. Frida, Minerva wants me to deliver a message. Frida moves to the door but doesn't open it. I'm listening. She says you have until tomorrow morning to return Turk to the schedule. After that, she'll have the door forced open and you'll both face consequences for disrupting village operations. The silence stretches long enough that I can hear my own heartbeat. Tell Minerva, Frida says finally, her voice steady, that Turk is under medical care and will return to work when I deem him fit. Not before. Another pause. Then Gusta, quieter. Frida, she's serious. She mentioned Jacob. She's not bluffing. Neither am I. Footsteps retreating down the stairs. Then silence again. Frida turns to look at me, and I see real fear in her eyes for the first time. Who's Jacob? I ask. Someone who tried to change things. 15 years ago. She moves back to the bed, sitting heavily. He tried to organize the men, petition for modifications to the barrier. He disappeared one night. The official story was that he left. But... She trails off. But you don't believe that? The men were terrified after. They stopped talking about change, stopped questioning anything. She looks at me directly. That's what Minerva does when people interfere with her system. She makes examples. The weight of what she's done, what she's risked for me, settles on my shoulders like a physical burden. You should let me go, I say, before she makes an example of you. No. Frida, I'm not worth... Yes, you are. She stands, moving to the door to check the lock. And tomorrow morning we'll figure out our next move. But tonight you rest, heal, get your strength back. And then what? I can't stay in this tower forever. Neither can you. I know. She returns to the window, looking out at the darkening village. But right now you're safe. We both are. And sometimes that's enough. I want to argue. Want to insist that I should face Minerva. Explain that this was all a misunderstanding. That I'll go back to work, and everything will be fine. But looking at myself in the mirror's reflection, at the hollow-eyed stranger wearing my face, I know Frida's right. Going back to Ark's smithy would kill me. The only question is what happens when Minerva stops asking nicely and starts breaking down doors.
From the depths of the darkness of Protheka,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love,
Vampires.
demons,
Dark elves.
gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Protheka fantasy romance bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Protheka at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprotheka.com. Protheka's magic is eternal, and this Romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 12. Frida. The sun hasn't fully risen when I hear them gathering below. I'm at my window, where I've spent most of the night, unable to sleep, watching the village square fill with women. Not just the core group this time, all of them. Every woman who had registered for time with Turk, plus others who were still waiting their turn. 17 women, Patience had said. But I count at least 20 down there now, and they're not just standing around. They're organised. Minerva stands at the centre like a general addressing troops, her grey hair pulled back so severely it must hurt. Patience is beside her with what looks like a ledger, probably the appointment schedule. The others cluster in small groups, and I can see them passing things between them. Baskets, tools, rolling pins, kitchen knives, a heavy iron skillet. Frida? Turk's voice is rough from sleep. He's sitting up in bed, looking more alert than yesterday, but still far too thin. What's happening? They're organising, I say quietly. Planning something. He struggles to his feet, swaying slightly, and comes to the window. His sharp intake of breath tells me he sees what I see. That's a lot of women, he says. 23 by my count, and they're armed. Armed with... Is that a rolling pin? Welcome to Ark's smithy, I say dryly, where the women weaponize domesticity. Below, Minerva is gesturing toward my tower, her voice carrying up even though I can't make out the words. Several women nod and break away from the group, heading toward different buildings around the square. What are they doing? Turk asks. Positioning themselves, Patience's military training showing. I watch Hope and Faith take up positions across from my tower, settling in like they're prepared to wait. They're going to lay siege. That's dramatic. It's effective. I turn from the window. My tower only has one entrance. They don't need to storm it immediately. They just need to wait us out. No food coming in, no water except what I have stored. Eventually we'll have to come down. Turk's jaw sets in a way that transforms his face from gentle to dangerous. Then I'll go down. Explain that this is my choice, that you're just helping me recover. They won't listen. I move to my small pantry, taking inventory. 3 loaves of bread, some cheese, dried meat, a few vegetables. Water pitcher is full, but that won't last long. To them, you're property, a resource being withheld. Your opinion on the matter is irrelevant. That's insane. That's Ark's smithy. I set the food on my desk. We have maybe 3 days of supplies if we're careful, 4 if we stretch it. A hard knock at the door makes us both freeze, not pounding this time, but measured, professional. Frida. It's Patience's voice, calm and controlled. We need to discuss terms. I exchange a glance with Turk. He nods, and I move to the door, staying well back from it. I'm listening. Minerva is prepared to be reasonable, Patience continues. Return Turk to the schedule today, starting with his missed appointments from yesterday, and this incident will be forgiven. No consequences for either of you. And if I refuse? Then we wait. We have women positioned at every angle of your tower. Food deliveries have been suspended. Pip's been instructed to cut off your water access at the source. A pause. We can be patient, Frida. The question is, can you? I look at Turk. He's clenching and unclenching his fists, that helpful instinct warring with self-preservation on his face. Turk needs rest, I call through the door. Medical rest. He's malnourished, exhausted, showing signs of soul drain. He looked fine a week ago. A week ago, he hadn't been worked 16 hours a day for 6 consecutive days. His choice to work those hours, his choice to help. Patience's tone is maddeningly reasonable. No one forced him to stay after his scheduled appointments. No one forced him to come back when Charity asked. He's an adult orc who made adult decisions. He can't say no. The words burst out before I can stop them. He's physically incapable of saying no to a definitive request for help. You know that. You've all been exploiting that. Semantics. The word is cold. He signed Gusta's register. He agreed to give back to the community. Whether his contributions are physical labour or other services is immaterial. He gave consent. Consent given under duress isn't consent. Tell that to the 17 women who have registered appointments. Tell that to Charity, who found him and welcomed him. Tell that to the entire village who's benefited from his helpfulness. A pause. You have until noon, Frida. After that, we stop asking nicely. Footsteps retreating down the stairs. I turn back to Turk, who's gripping the windowsill hard enough that the wood creaks. She's wrong, he says, but there's uncertainty in his voice. I did want to help, at first. It felt good, being needed like that. At first, I echo. But by day 3 you were exhausted. By day 5 you couldn't remember what day it was. By day 6 you collapsed. I move closer. When did it stop feeling good and start feeling like obligation? He's quiet for a moment. Day 4, maybe? I don't know. It all blurs together. His hands are shaking again. But even when I was tired, they were so grateful, so happy. How could I refuse that? Because you were dying. But they needed... A crash from below cuts him off. Then voices, male voices, eerily cheerful. Let's get things done. Where do you want the ladder, Patience? Careful with that beam, Felix. I rush to the window. In the square below, the village men are emerging from their houses and shops, carrying construction materials. Felix has a ladder. Bramble is hauling a massive wooden beam across his shoulders. Pip is directing them with the enthusiasm of someone organising a community festival. What are they building? Turk asks, leaning over my shoulder. We watch as the men begin assembling something against the side of my tower. A platform, I realise with growing horror. A siege platform, positioned exactly level with my window. They're going to come in through the window, I say flatly. Bramble looks up and sees us watching. His face splits in a huge, tremulous smile. Don't worry, Frida. We'll have you rescued in no time. Let's get things done. Rescued, Turk repeats. They think they're rescuing us. They think they're helping! I watch Felix carefully position the ladder, his face flushed with pride at being useful. Can we reason with them? I think about Jakob. About 15 years of watching these men gradually lose every shred of autonomy until helping became their entire identity. No, I say quietly. We can't. Below, the construction continues with disturbing efficiency. For all their emotional fragility, these men retain the physical skills and knowledge from their previous lives. Felix's military engineering, Bramble's carpentry, Pip's ability to coordinate complex logistics. Within an hour, the platform is half built. How long until they reach the window? Turk asks. Tomorrow morning, maybe sooner if they work through the night. I move away from the window, starting to pace. We need a plan. Let me go down. He says it again, more firmly this time. I'll tell them I'm recovered, go back to work, and be dead in a week. Better than getting you killed trying to protect me. I stop pacing, turning to face him fully. Is it? Is it really better to sacrifice yourself so these women can keep their schedule running smoothly? It's better than watching you be punished for my weakness. Your weakness? I laugh, but there's no humour in it. Turk, your only weakness is being too kind, too helpful, too genuinely concerned about other people's needs. I step closer. Those aren't flaws. They're what make you a good person. And I'll be damned if I let this village destroy that. His eyes search mine, and I see something shift in his expression. Something softer, more vulnerable than I've seen before. Why? He asks quietly. Why do you care so much? It's a fair question, one I've been avoiding asking myself. Because. I start, then stop. Because I'm tired of being a coward? Because I'm attracted to him? Because saving him might somehow save me too? All of those things are true. None of them is the whole truth. Because you're worth saving, I say finally, and someone needed to try. The moment stretches between us, heavy with things unsaid. His eyes are fixed on mine, and I'm acutely aware that we're alone in my bedroom, that he's wearing only his breeches, that the air between us feels charged with more than just tension. Then a shout from below breaks the spell. Frida! It's Hope this time, her voice carrying up from the tavern. We're cutting off your water in 1 hour. Last chance to be reasonable. Turk moves back to the window, trying to stay out of sight of the construction crew. We can't stay here. No, I agree. We can't. So what do we do? I join him at the window, studying the village layout. My tower sits at one edge of the square. Beyond it lies the forest, but the barrier makes leaving nearly impossible. The pull to return is overwhelming once you've been here more than a few days. Unless. The barrier affects residents most strongly, I say slowly, thinking it through. People who've lived here for years. But visitors, the pull is strong, but not insurmountable if you have a reason to leave. So we run for it? Not we, you. I turn to face him. You've only been here 6 days. Your connection to the barrier is still relatively weak. If we can get you past the village edge. I'm not leaving without you. The words come out fierce, protective, and something warm unfurls in my chest. Turk. No. He's stubborn now, jaw set. You saved my life. I'm not abandoning you to face Minerva's punishment alone. You can barely stand. How are you going to... I'll manage. He straightens up, ignoring the way his legs shake. Besides, you just said it yourself. I'm worth saving. So are you. I want to argue. Want to insist that he save himself while he still can. But looking at his face, seeing the determination there mixed with genuine concern for me. You're an idiot, I say. I've been told. He's smiling now, that warm, genuine smile that makes him look years younger despite the exhaustion. So what's the plan? I look out at the village, at the women positioned around my tower, at the men cheerfully building their siege platform, at Minerva standing in the square like a queen surveying her domain. We wait until dark, I say. Then we run. Just like that? Just like that. I move away from the window, already mentally cataloguing what we'll need. Pack light, move fast, hope we can make it past the village edge before they catch us. That's a terrible plan. You have a better one? He's quiet for a moment, then shakes his head. No, running it is. Below, the hammering continues. The platform grows taller, and Minerva watches my window with patient, predatory eyes.
Chapter 13. Turk. The day crawls by with agonizing slowness. Frida moves around her tower room like a general preparing for battle, efficient, focused, occasionally stopping at the window to check the siege platform's progress. I try to help, but she waves me off. Rest, she says firmly. You'll need your strength tonight. So I rest, or try to. But every time I close my eyes, I see Ark's painted face leering down at me, feel phantom hands pulling me back toward that circular bed, hear Charity's voice pleading just one more time. Please. I wake with a start to find Frida watching me, concern etched on her face. Nightmares? She asks. Something like that. I sit up, rubbing my face. My hands are steadier than yesterday, I notice. The tremor is still there, but less pronounced. How long was I out? 2 hours. The platform is nearly finished. She moves to the window, mindfully staying in shadow. They'll reach this level by tonight, maybe sooner. I join her, keeping back from the light. The construction is impressive, a solid wooden structure now rising 3 stories high, with Felix directing the final touches while Bramble secures support beams. They work with the concentrated precision of professionals, humming cheerfully while they build the instrument of our capture. Let's get things done, Pip calls out, and the others echo it like a prayer. Get off! Frida shouts back. They really think they're helping, I say, watching Bramble's face light up with pride as he hammers in another nail. They are helping. Just not us. Frida's voice is bitter. They're helping the women. That's all the barrier lets them do anymore. Help the women, no matter the cost. Below, Minerva emerges from a building, surveying the progress. She nods approvingly, then looks up at my window. Even from here, I can see the cold satisfaction in her smile. She knows we're trapped. It's just a matter of time. When do we leave? I ask quietly. After sunset. Give them time to settle in for the night. Frida moves away from the window, returning to the small pack she's been assembling. I've got food for 3 days. Water skins, basic supplies. It's not much, but it should get us to the forest. And then we figure out how to break through the barrier's pull. She doesn't sound confident about that part. The farther we get from the village, the weaker it becomes. In theory. I've never actually left, she admits. Never tried. The few times I've gone near the village edge, the compulsion to return was overwhelming. So we're betting our lives on theory. Do you have a better idea? I think about going back down those stairs. About Charity's desperate eyes, Faith's skilled hands, Hope's wine-soaked promises. About the circular bed and Ark's eternal judgment and the slow, grinding loss of everything that makes me me. No, I say. Theory sounds great. A ghost of a smile crosses her face. We'll head for the east side. There's a gap in the houses there. Less open ground to cover before we reach the trees. Once we're in the forest... A knock at the door interrupts her. Not aggressive pounding this time, but gentle. Almost apologetic. Frida, it's Felix. I brought you some pastries. We freeze. Frida looks at me, finger to her lips. I know you haven't eaten properly, Felix continues. And I thought you might be hungry. You're probably scared, locked up in there. But don't worry, we're almost finished with the platform. You'll be out soon. A pause. I made your favorites, the ones with the cream filling. Frida's jaw tightens. I can see the conflict on her face. Felix is one of her patients, someone she's tried to help. and he genuinely thinks he's being kind. "Thank you, Felix," she calls through the door, her voice carefully neutral. "That's very thoughtful. Should I leave them here? By the door?" "Yes, thank you." "Let's get things done." His voice is bright with pleasure at being useful, and then his footsteps retreat down the stairs. Frida waits a long moment, then carefully opens the door a crack. A covered basket sits on the landing, steam rising from beneath the cloth. She brings it inside quickly, locking the door again. The pastries are beautiful, delicate, perfectly golden, cream oozing from the sides. And the smell. "Don't," Frida says sharply as I reach for one. "What? Why?" She lifts the cloth fully, studying the pastries with a critical eye. Then she takes one and breaks it open. The cream inside has an odd sheen to it, slightly too liquid. "Laudanum," she says quietly. "Or something similar. See the way it pools? That's not normal cream consistency." My stomach drops. Felix drugged them? Probably not knowingly. Someone gave him the recipe, told him it would help you relax, or ensure you sleep well. He'd think he was being kind. She sets the pastry down carefully. "This is Minerva's work. She knows I won't starve you, that eventually we'll have to eat something. So she provides food we can't trust." That's... I struggle for words. That's evil. That's effective. Frida dumps the pastries out the window. Good news is it means they're not planning to storm the tower tonight. They expect the drugs to do their work, make us docile and easy to collect in the morning. So we move now? Before dark? No. We stick to the plan. Once the sun sets, they'll think we're asleep from the drugs. That's our window. She returns to her preparations, and I watch her work. There's a grace to her movements, an efficiency that speaks of someone who spent years staying one step ahead of danger. Her hair keeps falling into her face, and she absently tucks it behind her ear, revealing the sharp line of her jaw. She's beautiful. I've thought it before, but now, trapped in this small room, watching her prepare to risk everything to save me, it hits differently. Harder. "Frida," I say, and she looks up. "When we get out of here, if we get out of here, I want you to know, don't." Her voice is sharp. "Don't do the in case we die speech. We're not going to die. But if we do, we won't." She's fierce now, moving closer. "We're going to make it to the forest. We're going to break through the barrier's pull. And we're going to get far enough away that this place becomes a bad memory and nothing more." Her eyes search mine. "Do you understand? We're going to survive." I nod, not trusting my voice. "Good." She returns to her pack, but her hands are shaking slightly. "Now rest. Real rest this time. You'll need every ounce of strength when we run." The sun sets with agonizing slowness. I watch from the window as the village prepares for night. The platform is finished now, a solid structure that reaches my window level, with a ladder extending even higher. Felix adds final touches, safety rails, a small landing, making it perfect because that's what the barrier demands of him. The women gather in small groups, talking, laughing. Hope brings out wine. Faith distributes what looks like bread and cheese. It's almost festive, like they're celebrating an anticipated victory. Minerva stands slightly apart, watching the tower with patient, predatory eyes. "She knows," I murmur. "Knows what?" Frida appears at my shoulder, staying in shadow. "That we're planning something. Look at her stance. She's waiting." Frida studies Minerva for a long moment. "You might be right, but she's expecting us to try escaping down the stairs. The obvious route. She'll have women positioned there, ready to intercept." "So we go out the window?" "Eventually. But first..." She moves to her wardrobe, pulling out a coil of rope. "We make them think we're still here." Over the next hour, as full darkness falls, Frida shows me her plan. We bundle blankets and pillows into vaguely human shapes, arrange them on the bed to look like two people sleeping. It's crude, but in dim candlelight from outside. "It might buy us an hour," she says. "Maybe 2 if we're lucky. And if we're not lucky, then we run faster." She's changed into practical clothes, dark trousers, a sturdy tunic, boots made for travel. Her hair is tied back tightly and she's strapped a knife to her belt. She looks like someone who knows how to survive. I'm still in the same clothes I've been wearing since the guest house, but at least the tremor in my hands has mostly faded. My legs feel stronger. Not back to full strength, but enough to run. It'll have to be enough. "Ready?" Frida asks, shouldering her pack. I look around the small tower room, the desk where she reads her fortune cards, the dried herbs hanging from the rafters, the narrow bed where I've spent 2 days recovering. This place saved my life. "Ready," I say. Frida moves to the window, careful to stay in shadow. Outside, the village is settling into night. The women have retreated to their homes, though I can see lights still burning in several windows. Watchful. Waiting. The platform stands empty now, but they've left the ladder in place. An invitation? A trap? "We go down the rope on the opposite side," Frida whispers. "Away from the platform, away from the square. It'll take us to the alley behind my tower. From there we head east toward the gap in the houses." "What about guards?" "Patience will have someone watching the main entrance. Maybe the platform too. But the back alley..." She shakes her head. "They don't think we're smart enough to try it. Or desperate enough." She secures the rope to a heavy beam, tests its strength. Then she looks at me, and in the dim light her eyes are fierce. "Once we start, we don't stop. No matter who calls to us, no matter what they promise. We run until we're free or until they catch us. Understood?" "Understood." She feeds the rope out the back window, the one facing away from the square. It uncoils silently, dropping into darkness. "I'll go first," she says. "Wait until I'm down, then follow. Keep your weight balanced, don't look down, and..." A sound from outside cuts her off. Voices. Multiple voices, growing louder. We freeze. "Told you the platform was too obvious." That's Charity, her voice sharp with frustration. "She said to build it," someone else responds. "We built it." "But did she say to make it so obvious we're planning to break in? Now they know we're coming." Frida and I exchange glances. The women are arguing, right outside. "This is our chance," Frida whispers, while they're distracted. She swings her leg over the windowsill, grabs the rope, and disappears into the darkness below. I watch her descend, smooth and practiced, until she reaches the ground and gives 2 sharp tugs on the rope. My turn. I take one last look at the tower room, at the bundled blankets on the bed that are supposed to be us, at the candle burning low, at the locked door that won't hold forever. Then I grab the rope and climb out into the night. The descent is harder than I expected. My hands, still not fully recovered, protest the strain. My shoulders burn. Below, Frida's face is a pale oval in the darkness, watching my progress. I'm halfway down when I hear it. "Let's get things done!" Felix's voice, cheerful and bright, coming from the platform side of the tower. "Perfect timing," Bramble responds. "We can start first thing in the morning." They're checking the platform, right now. If they look around the corner, if they see the rope. I slide down faster, rope burning my palms, 3 feet from the ground, 2 feet. "What's that?" Pip's voice, curious. Frida grabs me as I drop the last few feet, pulling me into the shadows of the alley. We press against the cold stone wall, barely breathing. Footsteps, coming around the corner. "Thought I saw something," Pip says. "Movement, maybe?" "Probably just a bird," Felix responds. "Come on, Patience wants us to report back." The footsteps retreat. Frida and I stay frozen for a long moment, hearts hammering. Then she tugs on my hand and we're moving, quick and quiet through the narrow alley, heading east toward the gap in the houses in the forest beyond.
Chapter 14. Frida. This is insane. This is absolutely insane. I've lived in Ark's smithy for 10 years. I've never even tried to leave. And now I'm sneaking through back alleys with an orc who can barely walk straight, betting everything on a theory about barrier mechanics I'm not even sure is correct. But looking back at Turk's face in the dim moonlight, gaunt, hollow-eyed, but determined, I know I'd make the same choice again. We reach the end of the alley and I hold up a hand, stopping. Ahead lies the main street, the one we need to cross to reach the Eastern Gap. Lights burn in Hope's Tavern. I can hear voices, laughter. The women celebrating their anticipated victory. We wait for a gap in conversation, I whisper, when they're all talking, not watching. Then we cross, fast. Turk nods. His hand finds mine in the darkness, squeezes once. His palm is rough, warm, and the contact sends an unexpected jolt through me. Focus, I tell myself. Time for feelings later, if there is a later. Inside the tavern, someone tells a joke. Laughter erupts, loud and raucous. Now, I whisper, and we run. The street feels impossibly wide, impossibly exposed. 10 feet, 15. My boots sound like drums on the cobblestones. 20 feet, almost there. Oi, who's that? We don't stop. We hit the gap between houses and keep running, plunging into another narrow passage that leads toward the village edge. Behind us, shouts, the tavern door slamming open. Someone's out there. Check the tower. Get Minerva. We burst out of the passage into a small square, one I recognise, near the eastern edge where the houses give way to forest. So close. Just 100 more feet and we'll be past the last buildings, into the trees. Frida! Turk! Stop! I risk a glance back. Patience is emerging from a house, fully dressed despite the late hour. Of course she was waiting. Of course Minerva had guards positioned. Keep running, I gasp to Turk, but he's already flagging, his breath coming in ragged gasps. 6 days of abuse have left him with nothing to give, and we've barely begun. More voices now, more lights appearing in windows, the whole village waking like a disturbed hive. We make it to the last house, stumble past it into the open ground between village and forest. The trees are right there, dark and beckoning, promising safety if we can just... The barrier hits me like a wall. I felt it before, standing at the village edge during the day, testing my limits. But this is different. This is night. This is desperation. And the compulsion to go back slams into my chest like a physical blow. Home. Safe. Belong. Return. Home. Safe. Belong. Return. My legs slow despite my will. My body turns, seeking the comfort of familiar streets, familiar routines. I can see my tower from here. I could be back in my room in minutes, safe, comfortable, where I belong. Frida. Turk's voice cuts through the fog. Frida, don't stop. His hand is on my arm, pulling me forward. He's feeling it too. I can see the strain on his face, the way he's fighting against invisible chains. But he's fighting forward, not back. I can't, I gasp. The pressure is immense, crushing. It's too strong. Yes, you can. He's in front of me now, hands on my shoulders, forcing me to meet his eyes. You saved me. Let me save you. One step, just one step. Behind us, the pursuit is closing. I can hear Patience's voice directing others, spreading them out to cut off our escape routes. Charity's distinctive wail of distress, Faith shouting about the schedule. One step. I take it, every muscle screaming in protest. The barrier pushes back harder, a physical pressure against my skull. Another, Turk says, taking my hand, with me. We walk forward together, and each step is agony. The forest is 50 feet away, 40. The voices behind us are louder now, closer. Someone's brought torches. I can see the light dancing on the trees ahead, 30 feet. There they are! Charity's voice shrill with triumph. At the forest edge! Surround them! That's Minerva, cold and commanding. Don't let them reach the trees. 20 feet. The barrier is screaming now, a high-pitched whine in my skull that makes my teeth ache. Every instinct demands I turn back, apologize, submit, return to safety and order and the comfortable numbness of routine. But Turk's hand is in mine, solid and warm and pulling me forward. 10 feet. I can see individual trees now. That oak with the twisted branches, the pine that's taller than the others. Real, specific trees that exist beyond the barrier, beyond the village, beyond the system that's held me captive for 2 decades. Stop! Minerva's voice, sharp as a blade. Frida, if you cross that threshold, you can never come back. Do you understand? Never. You'll be exiled, stripped of everything. 5 feet. You'll die out there, Charity adds. Both of you. The forest is dangerous. You have no supplies, no plan. We'll bring you back by force if necessary. Patience cuts in. Save us the trouble. Come home. Home. The word resonates with the barrier's pull, amplifying it. My legs lock. I physically cannot take another step. The compulsion is too strong, too deeply rooted, tied to every memory of safety I've ever had. Turk stumbles, falling to one knee. He's feeling it too, the weight of it. For him it's days old, barely formed. For me it's a lifetime. Behind us they're closing in. I can hear boots on ground, breathing, the rustle of clothes. Patience is 20 feet back, the others spreading wide to flank us. We failed. We got so close, and we failed. Frida. Turk's voice is strained, but there's something in it beyond pain, something like wonder. Look at me. I force my eyes from the trees to his face. You asked me yesterday why you're worth saving, he says quietly. Want to know the answer? The women are 15 feet away. 10. I can see Minerva's face now, cold with fury and triumph. Because you're the first person in my entire life who told me no, Turk says. The first person who saw me dying and chose to fight for me instead of using me. The first person who treated me like I matter more than what I can do for others. His eyes hold mine. You're worth saving because you saved me first, and I will not let them take you back. He stands, pulling me up with him. His legs are shaking, his face is grey with exhaustion, but his grip is iron. Together, he says, on 3, 1. Stop them, Minerva shouts. Now. 2! Patience lunges forward, hand outstretched to grab my arm. 3! We run. Not walking, not fighting, pure, desperate running. The barrier shrieks in my head, resistance like running through deep water. Turk is practically dragging me, his hand clamped around my wrist like a vice. 3 feet. 2. Patience's fingers brush my shoulder. 1 foot. We cross the threshold. The barrier doesn't break. It snaps. Like a rope pulled too tight, something fundamental gives way with an almost audible crack. The pressure vanishes so suddenly, I stumble, no longer fighting against it. Turk catches me, both of us gasping, and for a moment we just stand there, stunned by the absence of compulsion. Impossible, Minerva breathes behind us. I turn. The women are clustered at the village edge, 15 feet back from where we stand. Minerva in front, her face twisted with rage. Patience beside her, hand still outstretched. Charity, Faith, Hope, Prudence, all the others, watching with expressions ranging from shock to fury to something that might be envy. Come back, Minerva says, but there's uncertainty in her voice now. Come back, or what? My voice is steadier than I feel. Or you'll follow us. Go ahead. Try. She takes 1 step forward. 2, then stops, hands clenching into fists. The barrier holds her just as surely as it held me minutes ago. For all her power in the village, out here she's nothing. You'll die in the forest, she says finally. Within days. You have no idea what's out there. Better to die free than live as you do, I reply. Charity pushes forward, tears streaming down her face. Turk, please, we need you. I need you. Come back. I'll make sure you get more rest, I promise. No. His voice is firm, final. I'm done being helpful. I'm done letting people use me until there's nothing left. But we love you, Faith wails. All of us. You made us so happy. You loved what I could do for you, Turk corrects. That's not the same thing. Frida. It's Felix's voice, small and broken. He's pushed through the crowd of women, his face crumpled with confusion and hurt. You're my therapist. You're supposed to help people. How can you abandon us? That one lands. For a moment, guilt rises in my throat like bile. Then I remember 15 years of watching good people destroyed, of documenting their decline, of telling myself it wasn't my problem while I helped maintain the system that broke them. I'm sorry, Felix, I say, and I mean it. But I can't help you by staying. None of us can help each other while that barrier stands. Then we'll tear it down, Bramble calls out, stepping forward with sudden, desperate hope. If the barrier is the problem, we'll destroy it. We can use tools, we can... You can't, I say gently. The barrier won't let you. The moment you try, it'll convince you that maintaining it is helping. That's what it does. That's what it's always done. Understanding dawns on several faces, horror on others. You're leaving us, Pip says quietly. Forever. I'm leaving the system, I correct. Not you. If any of you want to follow, if you can fight past the barrier's hold. Enough, Minerva snaps. They've made their choice. Let them go. Let the forest have them. Her smile is sharp, cruel. We'll see how long they last when they're starving and cold and realise civilization isn't so terrible after all. We'll see if they come crawling back. We won't, Turk says. We'll see, Minerva repeats, and turns away. Come, all of you. Leave them to their fate. The women follow, most of them angry, some reluctant. Charity keeps looking back, hope dying in her eyes with each step. Felix stays longest, watching me with an expression of betrayal so profound it makes my chest ache. Then he too turns away, shoulders slumped, and shuffles back toward the village. In moments, we're alone, the forest at our backs, the village ahead, lights burning in defiance of the darkness, and between them, an invisible line we've somehow crossed. Did we really just do that? Turk asks, his voice shaking. I think so. Are we insane? Probably. I'm shaking too, adrenaline crash hitting hard now that the danger has passed. But we're free. Free. He tests the word, like it's foreign. Gods, I don't even know what that means anymore. Before I can respond, his legs give out. He goes down hard, catching himself on his hands, gasping. In the moonlight, I can see how grey his face is, how his whole body trembles. Turk, I'm fine, he gasps. Just give me a minute. He's not fine. That run took everything he had left. And now we're alone in the forest, at night, with no real plan and enemies at our backs. But we're free. I kneel beside him, putting my hand on his back. Rest. Just for a moment. Then we need to move deeper into the trees, put more space between us and them. Distance, he mutters. Right, because they might still... A sound cuts him off. Movement in the forest behind us. Not from the village, from deeper in the trees. We both freeze. Something is out there. Something big, moving through the underbrush with purpose. And it's coming toward us.
Chapter 15. Turk. The sound is getting closer. Something large moving through the underbrush, branches snapping under considerable weight. And there's a smell, musky, predatory, distinctly canine, but wrong somehow. Bigger, darker. Frida's hand tightens on my arm. Her face has gone pale in the moonlight. "Warg," she whispers. The word sends ice through my veins. I've heard stories. Magic wolves, big as bears, intelligent and cruel. The creature emerges from the darkness between trees. It's massive, easily the size of a small horse, with fur so black it seems to swallow the moonlight. Its eyes glow with an unnatural amber light, and when it opens its mouth to taste the air, I see teeth like daggers. "Stay behind me," I murmur to Frida, my body already moving on instinct. "Turk, you're exhausted. I'm an orc." Something is awakening in me, not the helpful, compliant version of myself that Ark's smithy created, the warrior underneath, the part of me that survived 30 years of Rach's dangers. And I'm done running. The warg's glowing eyes lock onto us. It takes a step forward, head lowering, hackles rising. A growl rumbles from its chest. I don't have weapons, don't have armor, but I have size, I have tusks, and I have 7 feet of muscle that's been artificially weakened but is still more than human. The warg charges. I meet it head on. We collide with a force that drives the air from my lungs. Its jaws snap inches from my throat, but I've got my forearm wedged against its chest, holding those teeth back. Its breath is hot and rank, its weight enormous as it bears down on me. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for this platform to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. She cups my face with trembling hands, eyes shining with tears and wonder. "That," she whispers, voice hoarse and wrecked. "That was everything. I didn't know it could feel like that." I kiss her softly, once, twice, 3 times. "You're everything," I tell her, "and we're just getting started." After, we lie tangled together by the fire, my cloak spread beneath us and her pack serving as a pillow. The cave feels warmer now, safer, like we've created something here that the outside world can't touch. Frida's head rests on my chest, her fingers tracing idle patterns on my skin. I can feel her breathing, steady and calm. "That was different," I say quietly. "Different how?" "At Ark's smithy, it was like I was a tool, a thing being used. Even when it felt good, there was always this pressure, this need to perform, to be enough, to keep going until they were satisfied." I stroke her hair, feeling the softness of it. "This was choosing, being chosen, mattering for who I am, not what I can do." She props herself up on one elbow, looking down at me. "You matter, Turk. You matter so much." Before I can respond, something shifts in the air, a pulse of energy that makes the hairs on my arms stand up. It ripples through my chest, warm and electric, then spreads outward like rings on water. "Did you feel that?" Frida asks, her eyes wide. "What was it?" She's quiet for a moment, her hand pressed flat against my chest. I think we just disrupted the barrier, back at the village." "How?" "Genuine connection. Real intimacy." Her voice is thoughtful. "The barrier is powered by the opposite. Exploitation, obligation, taking without giving. Maybe when 2 people actually choose each other, truly choose each other, it creates a kind of..." She searches for the word. "Interference." I think about the village men, their hollow cheerfulness, their desperate need to help. And I imagine, just for a moment, that pulse of energy reaching them, giving them a brief flash of clarity, of what they've lost and what they could have. Do you think it will help them? I ask. I don't know. Frida settles back against me. Maybe. For a moment at least. Long enough to remind them there's something else. Something better. We're quiet for a while, listening to the fire crackle and the forest sounds outside. The exhaustion is finally catching up with me, pulling me toward sleep. Turk? Frida's voice is soft, already drowsy. Thank you. For what? For choosing me back. I tighten my arms around her, pressing a kiss to her hair. Always. As I drift off, I think about my brothers, about the search that brought me to Ark's smithy in the first place. I still need to find them, still need to complete the circle of my clan. But lying here with Frida, feeling her breathe against me, I realize I found something I didn't even know I was looking for. Not just freedom from Ark's smithy, but someone who sees me, who chose me, who fought for me when I couldn't fight for myself. Maybe that's what I was searching for all along. The fire burns low and sleep pulls me under. At last I rest without nightmares, without the painted face of Ark watching me, without the weight of obligation crushing my chest. Just Frida and warmth and the knowledge that tomorrow we'll face whatever comes next. Together.
Chapter 16. Frida. For a moment, still caught in the haze between sleep and waking, I think I'm back in my tower. Safe. Alone. The same as I've been for 23 years. Then I feel Turk's arm around me, his chest rising and falling beneath my cheek, and remember. We escaped. We're free. I allow myself a smile, something rare enough that it feels strange on my face. His heartbeat is steady under my ear, strong and alive. Not the weakened, desperate rhythm it had been in my tower, but the sound of someone recovering. Healing. Last night was... I don't have words for what last night was. After years of watching the village women reduce intimacy to transaction, to something mechanical and obligatory, I'd forgotten it could be anything else. But with Turk, it was choice. Pure, simple choice. I shift slightly, not wanting to wake him but needing to see his face. In the early morning light filtering into the cave, he looks younger. The hollow, haunted expression that marked him in Ark's smithy has started to fade. His skin has lost that greyish cast. Even the tremor in his hands has nearly disappeared. He's coming back to himself. Whoever he was before the village tried to break him. His eyes open, and when they focus on me, his smile is immediate and genuine. Morning, he rumbles, voice rough with sleep. Morning. I trace a finger along his jaw, feeling the coarse texture of his skin. How do you feel? Like I killed a warg and made love to a beautiful woman. His grin widens. So pretty damn good, actually. Your arm. We'll be fine. You bandaged it well. He flexes it experimentally, wincing only slightly. See? Already better. You're an idiot. You've mentioned. He pulls me closer, and I let him, savouring the warmth. But I'm your idiot now, apparently. The possessive should bother me, should remind me of the village women and their territorial claiming of stiffy. But when Turk says it, it feels different. Mutual. Like he's claiming me as much as I'm claiming him. We should move soon, I say reluctantly. Put some distance between us and... A sound from outside the cave cuts me off. Voices. Multiple voices. And they're close. Turk is on his feet instantly, his warrior instincts overriding exhaustion. I grab my knife, heart hammering, and we move to the cave entrance, staying in shadow. What I see makes my blood run cold. They found us. Minerva stands perhaps 30 feet from the cave, arms crossed, her steel grey hair pulled back with military precision. Patience is beside her, consulting what looks like a map. And behind them are the women of Ark's smithy, at least a dozen of them. Charity, Faith, Hope, Prudence. All armed with their domestic weapons, rolling pins, kitchen knives, a heavy iron skillet. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is what they've brought with them. The village men. Bramble is on his hands and knees, his massive frame hunched as he sniffs at the ground like a hound. There's a rope around his neck, an actual rope, like a leash, held by Faith. His face is scrunched in concentration as he follows our trail. "Good boy, Bramble," Faith coos, and he beams at the praise. "That's it. Follow the scent. Let's get things done." "Let's get things done!" Bramble echoes happily, crawling forward another few feet. Felix is there too, standing upright but no less degraded. He's loaded down like a pack mule, carrying supplies, water skins, extra weapons. Charity holds his leash, using it to direct him left or right as they search. The scars on his arms, relics of his warrior past, seem to mock what he's become. And Pip, gods, Pip is the worst. He's moving ahead of the group, his tracker's instincts still sharp despite everything the barrier has done to him. He's pointing out signs, broken branches, disturbed earth, the remains of our fire from last night. His leash is held by Patience, who follows his directions with clinical efficiency. "There," Pip says, pointing toward our cave. His voice is bright, helpful. "They went that way. I can see where they gathered wood. Recent too, maybe still warm." "Excellent work, Pip." Patience actually pats his head like he's a dog. "You're being so helpful." "Happy to help." His smile is radiant. Beside me, Turk has gone rigid. I can feel the rage coming off him in waves. "They're using them," he whispers, his voice shaking. "They're using them like animals." "The barrier," I breathe. "It makes them think they're helping, that this is normal, that being on a leash and tracking us is just another way to be useful." Minerva steps forward, her voice carrying clearly. "Frida, Turk, we know you're close. Bramble tracked you here. Felix carried everything we need to wait you out. And Pip." She smiles, cold and sharp. "Pip found your cave." Pip's face lights up with pride at being acknowledged. "Come out," Minerva continues. "Let's discuss this reasonably. You've had your little adventure, you've made your point, but it's time to come home now." "Home," Turk mutters beside me. She calls it home. "Turk needs to return to his duties," Minerva says. "And Frida, you need to remember your place. We can forget this little rebellion if you both cooperate. The schedule can resume. Everything can go back to normal." "Normal," I repeat quietly. She thinks any of this is normal. Charity tugs on Felix's leash, pulling him closer so she can retrieve something from the pack on his back. "We brought food, Turk, and wine. We know you must be hungry. Just come out and we'll have a nice meal together. Talk things through." Felix nods enthusiastically. "Let's get things done. I'll help set up. I'm very good at setting up camp now." "The best," Charity assures him, and he practically glows. Turk's hands are clenched into fists. "We have to help them. We have to." "We can't." The words hurt to say. "If we go out there, they'll take you back, and they'll make sure I can never interfere again." I think of Jakob, disappeared 15 years ago. We run. It's the only option. "But they're right there. Those men need—" "Those men are lost, Turk." I grip his arm. The barrier has them completely. Even if we broke their leashes, even if we dragged them away from here, they'd run back. They'd think we were the ones hurting them by preventing them from being helpful. His jaw works, muscles jumping. He knows I'm right. But watching Bramble crawl through the dirt, watching Felix stand there laden with supplies, watching Pip eagerly point out our trail, it's killing him. "1 minute," Minerva calls out. "Then we come in. Patience, prepare the men. If they run, we'll need to track them." Patience nods, checking the men's leashes. "Bramble will track them. Felix will carry pursuit supplies. Pip will scout ahead. She looks at the men with something like affection. They're being so helpful today. Let's get things done, boys. Let's get things done! All three echo in perfect unison. I tug on Turk's arm. Back of the cave, there's a gap in the rocks. We can squeeze through. They'll just track us again. Then we keep running, but we don't give up. I'm already moving, pulling him with me. Come on. We scramble toward the back of the cave. There is a gap in the rocks, barely large enough, but we don't have a choice. I go first, squeezing through with difficulty, sharp stones scraping my shoulders. Behind me, I hear Turk struggling. He's bigger, broader. For a terrible moment, I think he won't fit. Then he's through, breathing hard, and we're on the other side in a narrow crevice that leads deeper into the hillside. From the cave entrance, I hear Minerva's voice. Time's up. Men, search the cave. Let's get things done. The cheerful chorus makes my stomach turn. Footsteps, multiple footsteps, and then Bramble's voice excited. They were here! I can smell them! Fresh scent! Track them, Bramble, Faith commands. Find where they went. We don't wait to hear more. We're already moving through the crevice, away from the cave, away from the hunting party of broken men and the women who hold their leashes. Behind us, I hear Bramble's triumphant cry. This way! They went this way! Let's get things done! And the hunt begins.
Chapter 17. Turk. We've been running for 3 hours. 3 hours of scrambling over rocks, pushing through underbrush, wading through a freezing stream in hopes of throwing off the scent. 3 hours of my legs screaming, my lungs burning, the fresh wounds from the warg reopening and bleeding through Frida's bandages. And still, behind us, I can hear them. Let's get things done! The cheerful chorus echoes through the forest like a nightmare. Bramble's voice is the loudest, full of pride and enthusiasm as he tracks us like the hound they've made him into. We pause behind a fallen log, both gasping for breath. Frida's face is scratched from branches, her clothes torn, but her eyes are sharp, calculating. They're gaining, she pants. Bramble's too good. Even with the stream, he's picked up our trail again. How is that possible? He was the best tracker in 3 counties before the barrier. Her voice is bitter. 20 years ago, he could follow a deer trail through solid rock. The skills are still there. The barrier just redirected them. I risk a glance over the log. Through the trees, I can see them. Maybe 200 yards back, but closing steadily. Bramble is in the lead on all fours, nose to the ground. His rope leash extends back to Faith, who's jogging to keep up with him, her face flushed with exertion but excited, like this is a game. Behind them comes Felix, still laden with supplies, his military training showing in how he moves through the terrain despite his burden. He's not running, he's executing a tactical pursuit, choosing his footing with precision, conserving energy. Charity holds his leash but barely needs to guide him. He knows what he's doing. And flanking them is Pip, ranging wide like a scout, reading the forest for signs of our passage. Patience follows his lead, her strategic mind using his tracking expertise to predict our route. The women are armed, the men are tools, and they're hunting us with professional efficiency. We can't outrun them, I say. No. Frida is already scanning our surroundings. But maybe we can lose them. There, that ravine. If we can get across, it might slow them down. We're moving again, toward a rocky gorge maybe 50 feet wide with a stream running through the bottom. Not deep, but the sides are steep. Getting down will be hard. Getting back up on the other side even harder. Turk! Frida! That's Charity's voice, closer than before. Please stop running. You're making this so difficult. We just want to help. Help, I mutter, sliding down the ravine's slope, grabbing roots to slow my descent. She calls this helping. Frida follows, more agile than me, her smaller size an advantage in the tight spaces. We hit the bottom and splash across the stream, the cold water a shock. From above, a triumphant shout. There! In the ravine! I look up to see Bramble at the edge, pointing down at us with one massive hand, his face split in a huge smile. Found them! Found them! Let's get things done. Good boy! Faith claps her hands. Such a good tracker. Now show us how to get down. Climb, I gasped to Frida, already scrambling up the far side. The rock is loose, crumbling under my hands, but I dig in and pull myself up by pure strength. Behind us, I hear them descending. Felix calling out handholds to the women, his military experience making him an excellent guide. Pip finding the safest route down with his tracker's eye for terrain. We reach the top, haul ourselves over the edge, and keep running. The forest here is denser, older, ancient trees with trunks so wide it would take 5 men to circle them. The underbrush is thick, thorny, tearing at our clothes and skin. This way, Frida gasps, leading us toward what looks like a game trail. If we can... A rolling pin flies past my head, missing by inches. It was thrown with surprising accuracy. I spin to see Hope, maybe 30 feet back, winding up to throw a kitchen knife. Stop running! You're going to hurt yourselves! Duck! I shove Frida aside as the knife sails past, embedding itself in a tree trunk with a solid thunk. Are they insane? I manage. They're desperate. Frida is pulling me onward. They haven't had anyone to help them in weeks, and now their perfect helper is getting away. We burst through a thicket into a small clearing, and stop. We're surrounded. Somehow, while we were focused on the pursuit behind us, Patience has used Pip's scouting to flank us. She's on our right with Pip on his leash, the scout looking pleased with himself. Felix and Charity have come around on our left, Felix breathing hard under his burden but still standing ready to help however needed. And directly ahead, blocking our escape route, stands Minerva with Bramble. The big man is panting, exhausted from the chase, but his smile hasn't dimmed. Caught them! We caught them! Let's get things done. Let's get things done, Minerva agrees, though her tone is cold. She steps forward, rolling pin gripped like a club in her hand. The other women close in, weapons ready, kitchen knives, iron skillets, even Prudence with what looks like a heavy wooden spoon. The men stay in position at the ends of their leashes, still helpful, still eager, completely unaware of how degraded they've become. Enough, Minerva says. This has been entertaining, Frida, but playtime is over. Return Turk to us, now. He's not yours to return, Frida says, but I can hear the exhaustion in her voice. We can't run anymore. We can barely stand. He signed a contract. He agreed to contribute to the community. Minerva's eyes are ice. He will fulfill his obligations. I fulfilled plenty, I say, finding my voice. 6 days of being used like you were appreciated? Charity interrupts, tears in her eyes. Like you were wanted? We gave you everything, Turk. Food, wine, celebration. We made you feel special. You made me a commodity, I correct. Stiffy, remember? That's all I was to you, a service to be scheduled. You loved it, Faith insists. You couldn't stop smiling. You kept coming back. I couldn't say no, I say quietly. There's a difference. The women exchange glances. Then Prudence laughs, the sound harsh. That's not our problem. You're an adult. You made choices. Did he? Frida steps forward, her hand finding mine. Did he really? Or did you exploit someone who is physically incapable of refusing a direct call for help? Semantics, Patience says. He's coming back with us. Both of you are. No, I say. I wasn't asking. Minerva gestures to the men. Bramble, Felix, Pip, restrain them. Carefully. We don't want to damage our guest. Let's get things done! All 3 men move forward eagerly, ready to help, ready to be useful. And I make a decision. I can't save them. Not yet. Maybe not ever. But I can save Frida. And I can damn well try to save myself. Run, I tell Frida, when I move, you run. Turk, trust me. Bramble reaches us first, his massive hands outstretched. Don't worry, we'll help. We'll bring you home. Let's get things done. I wait until he's close. Then I drop low and charge, driving my shoulder into his midsection like a battering ram. He goes down with a surprised oof. The wind knocked out of him. His leash goes slack in Faith's hand. Felix is next, dropping his burden to help restrain me. But I fought trained soldiers before. I know how to use momentum against a larger opponent. I catch his arm, twist, and send him stumbling into Charity. Pip tries to grab Frida. She brings her knee up hard, catching him in the stomach, and he doubles over with a wheeze. Sorry, Frida gasps, even as she vaults over his hunched form. I'm so sorry. We're running again, the women's shouts echoing behind us. After them! Don't let them escape! Men, get up! Track them! Let's get things done! Let's get things done! The response is automatic, immediate, even from men who are still catching their breath from being thrown around. We crash through the forest, no destination in mind now, just away, always away. And behind us, relentless as a nightmare, the hunting party follows. Good boys, I hear Charity call. Such good helpers! Find them! Let's get things done! Let's get things done! The cheerful chorus chases us into the darkening forest, and I know with terrible certainty that they won't stop. Can't stop, because helping is all they have left.
This huge orc brings out the animal in me.
In a world where humans have been driven underground, living like rats is the only way to stay safe from the marauding orcs.
All my life, my only job has been to make sure I have enough to eat.
These orcs of the Burning Sun clan will vow to keep their human mates safe.
There is a nobleness to these giant savages, alpha male warriors who will protect their women at all costs.
Get this complete series of books following the Burning Sun clan for 70% off. Each book is a full-length monster romance that features a giant orc with eyes for his beloved, curvy human. Happily ever after guaranteed.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
This bundle will show you that size really does matter.
Chapter 18. Frida. Behind us, always behind us, I can hear them. The women's voices calling encouragement to their hunting dogs. The men's cheerful responses. This way, fresh tracks. Let's get things done. Good job, Bramble. You're being so helpful. Let's get things done. The mantra has become a soundtrack to our flight. A constant reminder of what the barrier has done to them, what it could still do to Turk if they catch us. There, Turk gasps, pointing ahead. What's that? I follow his gaze and see it, a dark opening in the hillside, partially hidden by overgrown vines. A cave, or maybe a tunnel. Could be a dead end, I manage. Could be an escape. He's already moving toward it. Either way, it's cover. We stumble through the vines into darkness. The air is immediately cooler, damp with that mineral smell that means we're deep underground. I fumble in my pack for the small lantern I grabbed from my tower, managing to light it with shaking hands. The weak light reveals a tunnel. Not natural. The walls are too smooth, too regular. Someone carved this, long ago by the look of the erosion, but it's man-made. Old smuggler's route, maybe, I say. Or mining tunnel. Rach is full of them. Does it matter? Turk is already moving deeper. As long as it gets us away from... A shout from outside cuts him off. The cave! They went into the cave! Pip's voice, bright with helpfulness. Of course he saw us. Of course he did. Should we follow them in? That's patience, always tactical. No. Minerva's voice is sharp. Bramble, can you track them through the tunnel? A pause. Then Bramble's rumbling voice. Yes, I can smell them. Strong scent, very helpful scent. Let's get things done. Then we follow, but carefully stay close. Charity, make sure Felix has the rope. We may need to secure them when we catch up. I have it, Felix calls out, pleased to be useful. Good strong rope, very helpful rope. Let's get things done. Turk and I exchange a glance in the lantern light. His face is grim. We need to move, he says. Now. We run. The tunnel is narrow, forcing us to move single file in places. The ceiling is low enough that Turk has to duck, and more than once I hear him curse as his head connects with stone. But we push forward, the lantern light bouncing wildly, creating monstrous shadows on the walls. Behind us, I hear them enter the tunnel. Let's get things done. The echo multiplies the voices, making it sound like an army instead of 3 broken men and their handlers. The tunnel branches, left or right. No time to think. Left, I gasp, choosing randomly. We take the left fork, and the tunnel begins to slope downward. Steeper. The air grows thicker, harder to breathe. Water drips from the ceiling, and the floor is slick with moisture. Careful, Turk warns, but his own foot slips even as he says it. He catches himself against the wall, grunting with pain as his wounded arm takes his weight. From behind us, closer now. They went left. I can smell which way. Let's get things done. Excellent tracking, Bramble. Faith sounds genuinely proud. You're the best helper. The tunnel narrows further. My shoulders are brushing both walls now. Turk is having to turn sideways to fit. And then we hit water. It's sudden. One moment we're on damp stone. The next we're ankle-deep in icy water that rises with each step forward. Knee-deep. Waist-deep. Frida, Turk says, his voice tight. This might be flooded ahead. Or it might drain out somewhere. I hold the lantern higher, trying to see ahead, but the light only penetrates so far. We don't have a choice. They're right behind us. He nods, and we push forward into deeper water. It rises to my chest, to Turk's ribs. The cold is shocking, stealing my breath. My teeth are chattering so hard, I'm afraid I'll bite my tongue. The tunnel curves, and for a moment, blessed relief, the water level starts to drop. Back to waist deep, knee deep. But then I hear the sound that makes my blood run colder than the water. Splashing. Multiple people entering the water behind us. They're in the water! Charity's voice echoes off the stone. Keep going, Felix. You're being so helpful carrying the supplies. Let's get things done. Let's get things done. Felix sounds strained now, the cold and exertion finally starting to affect even his chemically enhanced helpfulness. We emerge from the water into another tunnel, this one sloping upward. Thank the gods. My clothes are soaked, clinging to me, making every movement harder. But at least we're going up. Up means out. The tunnel branches again. 3 ways this time. Which one? Turk demands. I close my eyes, trying to think. Listen. There. The faintest breath of air from the middle tunnel. Moving air. That means an exit. Middle, I say. We take it, and the tunnel begins to climb more steeply. My legs are screaming, my lungs burning, but I can feel the air getting fresher. We're close. We have to be close. Behind us, the hunting party is still coming. But I notice something. Bramble's voice sounds less certain now. The water has confused his scent tracking. The multiple tunnels have created false trails. Which way? I hear Patience demand. A long pause. Then Bramble, frustrated. I'm not sure. The scent is everywhere. Water made it spread. Let's get things done. The question mark at the end is new, uncertainty creeping into the mantra. Try the right tunnel, Minerva orders. If that's wrong, we'll double back. They're going the wrong way. Turk realizes it at the same time I do. His hand finds mine in the darkness, squeezes. We keep climbing. The tunnel opens suddenly into a larger cavern. My lantern light is swallowed by the space, unable to reach the walls or ceiling. But across the cavern, maybe 50 feet away, I can see natural light. Grey and weak, but unmistakably daylight. An exit. We stumble across the cavern floor, slipping on loose rocks, but we don't stop. Can't stop. The light grows brighter with each step until we're scrambling up a rocky slope and out, into evening air. We're on a hillside overlooking a valley I don't recognise. The sun is setting, painting everything in shades of orange and purple. Behind us, the cave mouth leads back into darkness. From deep in the tunnel, very faint now, I hear, "Wrong way! Let's get things done. We'll find them. Let's get things done." But they won't. Not quickly. The tunnel system is a maze, and we've finally gotten ahead of them. Turk collapses onto the grass, chest heaving. I sink down beside him, my whole body shaking from exhaustion and cold and relief. "We made it," I whisper. "We actually made it. For now." He's staring back at the cave entrance. "They'll figure it out eventually. Come back out. Keep hunting." I know. I lean against him, too tired to care that we're both soaking wet and probably going to freeze when the sun finishes setting. But we bought time. He wraps his arm around me, and despite everything, the cold, the exhaustion, the fear, I feel safe. Then from somewhere behind us in the cave system, I hear a voice, different from the others, quieter, almost breaking. "Let's get you gone. Please." It's Pip, his voice cracking on the word, please. The cheerful facade finally splintering for just one moment. Turk and I both freeze, listening. "Pip?" That's Patience, sharp. "What did you say?" A long pause. Then Pip's voice, bright and hollow again. "I said they're gone this way. Let's get things done." But we both heard it. That one moment of clarity. That desperate plea from whatever's left of the man he used to be. "We can't save them," I whisper, tears suddenly hot on my face. "We can't save any of them." "I know." Turk's voice is rough. "But maybe getting free ourselves is a start. Maybe it shows them it's possible." "They'll never remember," I say. "The barrier won't let them." "Then we remember for them." He pulls me closer, and we sit there on the hillside, watching the last light fade from the sky, listening to the distant echoes of "Let's get things done," growing fainter and fainter in the tunnels below. I've left everything behind. My tower, my cards. 23 years of careful survival. For this. For him. For a chance at something real. I left them all, I say quietly. Everyone I've known for my entire adult life. The only home I've ever had. For you. Was it worth it? His voice is careful, like he's afraid of the answer. I think about my tower, about my fortune-telling cards and my cynical detachment and my careful neutrality that let me survive by pretending not to see. Then I think about what I saw this morning. The men on leashes, the cheerful degradation, the complete absence of anything remotely resembling choice or dignity or humanity. Yes, I say, it was worth it. He pulls me closer. Then we keep running, for as long as it takes. Where? I don't know. He looks out at the unfamiliar valley below us. Somewhere they can't follow. Somewhere safe. From the cave behind us, very distant, I hear it one more time. Let's get things done. But it's fading, growing quieter. We've escaped, for now.
Chapter 19. Turk. Night falls fast on Rach. One moment we're sitting on the hillside watching the sunset. The next, we're stumbling through near-total darkness, using Frida's lantern to pick our way down the slope away from the cave entrance. My legs feel like they're made of water. My wounded arm throbs with every movement. And I'm so cold from the tunnel water that my teeth won't stop chattering. But we keep moving. We need shelter, Frida says, her voice shaking. From cold or exhaustion, I can't tell. And fire. We'll freeze if we don't get warm. She's right. Our clothes are soaked through and the temperature is dropping fast. Already I can see my breath in the lantern light. There, I point to a rocky outcropping maybe 100 yards ahead. Might be another cave, or at least a windbreak. We make it to the rocks and find a shallow hollow, barely deep enough to qualify as shelter, but it'll keep the wind off us. Frida gathers deadfall while I collapse against the stone, too exhausted to help. "Don't," she says sharply when I try to stand. "You're wounded and half dead. Let me do this. You should sit there and not bleed everywhere." She's already piling branches, her hands moving with practiced efficiency despite their shaking. "I've been surviving in Rach longer than you have. I can build a fire." She does. Within minutes, flames are crackling, and the warmth hits my skin like a benediction. I hadn't realized how close to hypothermia I was until the heat started thawing me out. Frida collapses beside me, and we sit in silence for a while, watching the flames dance. "How's your arm?" she asks finally. I look down. The bandages are soaked through with water and fresh blood, the work wounds from last night reopened by today's exertions. "Been better." "Let me see." She unwraps the sodden cloth carefully, examining the damage by firelight. 3 deep gashes, all angry and inflamed. Not infected yet, but they will be if we don't clean them properly. "I need to rebandage these," she says, already digging in her pack. "And we should probably—" A sound from the darkness cuts her off. Something moving through the underbrush. Multiple somethings, by the sound of it. And whatever they are, they're big. I'm on my feet instantly, positioning myself between Frida and the noise. My hand goes to my hip where a weapon should be, but I don't have one. Nothing but my tusks and whatever strength I have left. "Turk," Frida whispers. "There's more than one." She's right. I can hear at least 3 separate sources of movement now, circling our position, staying just beyond the firelight, waiting. Then I catch the smell. Musky, predatory, distinctly canine but wrong somehow. Bigger, darker. "Wargs," Frida breathes, and I hear the fear in her voice. "Turk, there's a pack of them." The first one steps into the firelight, and my stomach drops. It's massive, easily the size of the one I killed last night, but this one isn't alone. 2 more emerge behind it, teeth bared, eyes glowing with that unnatural amber light. "Get behind me," I tell Frida, "and stay close to the fire. They don't like flames." "You can barely stand," she hisses. "You can't fight 3 of them." The lead warg lunges. I meet it head on, no time for strategy or finesse. We collide with bone-jarring force, and I get my hands around its throat, holding those snapping jaws away from my face. Its breath is hot and rank, its strength enormous as it drives me backward. The second warg circles around, trying to get at Frida. "Behind you!" I shout, and she grabs a burning branch from the fire, swinging it like a club. The warg yelps and backs off, but only for a moment. I'm locked in struggle with the first one, my wounded arm screaming in protest, when the third warg hits me from the side. I go down hard, the lead warg's weight crushing my chest, the third one going for my legs. This is it. This is how I die, torn apart by wargs after escaping Ark's smithy, never finding my brothers. Never. Fire explodes across my vision. Frida has shoved a burning branch directly into the third warg's face. It howls and thrashes away, and in that moment of distraction, I get my tusks into the lead warg's throat and twist. Hot blood sprays across my face. The warg's howl turns into a gurgle, then silence. The other 2 are backing off now, snarling, weighing whether the prey is worth the danger. Frida stands beside me, two burning branches held like weapons, her face fierce in the firelight. "Come on!" she growls at the wargs. "Come on, you bastards! Let's get things done!" Their phrase, the village's mantra, sounds like a battle cry from her lips. And maybe it breaks something in the wargs' pack instinct, or maybe they just decide we're not worth it, but they turn and lope off into the darkness. Frida drops the branches and immediately crouches beside me. Turk, are you—" "I'm fine." I sit up, wiping warg blood from my face. "You saved my life. You saved mine first. Last night. And today. About a dozen times." She's checking me over, looking for new wounds. "We're even." I catch her hand. "Frida, thank you." She meets my eyes and something shifts in her expression. "Don't thank me yet. We're not safe. Not by a long shot." "I know." I struggle to my feet, using her shoulder for support. My legs are shaking, my arm is bleeding again, and I'm pretty sure I bruised a rib when the warg tackled me. But we're alive. Together. That counts for something. She helps me back to the fire, and this time when she rebandages my arm, I don't argue. My hands are shaking too badly to be useful anyway. "We need to move in the morning," she says quietly, working with practiced efficiency. "Put more distance between us and the cave, between us and them." "Do you think they'll keep coming?" "Minerva?" "Yes." She ties off the bandage with more force than necessary. "She won't stop. She can't. Her entire power structure depends on controlling every resource in that village, and you were the best resource she's had in years." "Resource," I mutter. "That's all I was. That's all any of us were." Her voice is bitter. "The men are resources for labor and emotional support. Visitors like you are resources for sexual gratification. Even I was a resource, a therapist to keep the broken men functional, a fortune teller to help the women coordinate their schedules. You're more than that." She looks at me, startled. "Am I? You risked everything to save me. That's not the action of a resource. That's courage." I touch her face, feeling the warmth of her skin. "That's love." The word hangs between us, huge and terrifying and true. "Love," she repeats softly. "Is that what this is?" "I think so." My hand moves to her hair, tangling in the damp strands. "I don't know what else to call it. This feeling that I'd rather die than let them take you back. That I'd fight 100 wargs to keep you safe. That watching you stand there with those burning branches was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen." Her eyes are bright with unshed tears. "You're delirious from blood loss." "Maybe." I pull her closer. "But I mean it anyway." She kisses me then, fierce and desperate, tasting like smoke and salt and something uniquely her. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. "We should sleep," she says, though she doesn't move away. "We need rest if we're going to keep running tomorrow." "Stay with me." I pull her down beside the fire, wrapping my arms around her. "Just stay." "Where else would I go?" Her voice is soft against my chest. "You're all I have now. And you're all I have." We lie there together, the fire burning low. And despite the danger, despite the exhaustion, despite everything, I feel something I haven't felt since leaving my brothers. Peace. Not the false, neutering peace of Ark Smithy's barrier, but real peace. The kind that comes from being exactly where you're supposed to be, with exactly who you're supposed to be with. "Turk?" Frida's voice is drowsy. "Hmm? Do you really think we'll make it? To somewhere safe?" I think about the village behind us, about Minerva's cold eyes and the men on leashes, and the relentless hunt that will continue tomorrow. Then I think about my brothers, somewhere out there in Rach, about the hope that I might find them, about Frida's courage and intelligence, and the way she looks at me like I'm more than just a helpful orc. "Yes," I say. "We'll make it. Together." She makes a small sound of agreement, already drifting towards sleep. I stay awake longer, watching the firelight play across her face, listening to the sounds of the night forest. In the distance, I hear something that might be worgs, or it might be something worse. Rach is full of dangers, but none of them are worse than what we left behind in Ark's smithy. Tomorrow we'll run again, and the day after, for as long as it takes. But tonight, for these few precious hours, we have shelter and warmth and each other, and sometimes that's enough.
Chapter 20. Frida. For a moment I'm not able to place it, too loud to be the stream we crossed yesterday, too constant to be rainfall. Then I remember we're in the valley now, lower elevation. There must be a river nearby. Turk is still asleep, his breathing deep and even. The fire has burned down to embers, and in the grey pre-dawn light I can see how much yesterday took from him. His face is drawn, the bandages on his arms stained dark, his massive frame looking somehow diminished. But he's alive. We both are. I slip out of his arms carefully, not wanting to wake him, and move to the edge of our shelter to assess our surroundings. The valley spreads out below us, early morning mist clinging to the lowlands. And there, yes, I can see it now, a river, wide and fast-moving, cutting through the valley floor maybe half a mile away. That's where we need to go. Rivers mean travel routes, settlements, civilization, a way out of this wilderness and away from Ark's smithy's reach. I'm planning our route when I hear it. Let's get things done. Distant, but unmistakable. They found the right tunnel. They're out of the cave system, and they're close. Turk! I shake his shoulder, urgent. Turk, wake up, they're coming. He's on his feet instantly, warrior instincts overriding exhaustion. How close? Close enough to hear, maybe half an hour behind us. I'm already grabbing our supplies, stamping out the fire's remains. We need to reach that river. If we can cross it, they'll track us across. He finishes grimly, but it'll slow them down, buy us time. We run. My body protests every step. Muscles screaming, lungs burning, the scratches from yesterday's thorns reopening and bleeding. But fear is a powerful motivator, and the sound of, "Let's get things done," echoing through the valley keeps us moving. The ground slopes downward, rocky and treacherous. More than once I slip, and only Turk's hand catching my arm keeps me from tumbling. His wounded arm is bleeding again, but he doesn't complain, just pulls me onward. Behind us, the voices are getting louder. "Fresh trail, very fresh. Let's get things done." "That's it, Bramble. Keep going. You're being so helpful." We burst through a line of trees and suddenly we're there, the river stretching before us, wide and cold and moving fast. The current is fierce, white water churning over rocks. "Can you swim?" Turk asks. Not well. I stare at the water, my stomach sinking. And not in that. The current will. "There!" A shout from behind us. "At the river! Don't let them cross!" We turn to see the hunting party emerging from the trees. All of them. The women armed and furious, the men eager and helpful on their leashes, Minerva at the front with her eyes like ice. We're trapped, river at our backs, hunters at our front. "Frida." Minerva's voice is cold, controlled. "This ends now. You've had your little adventure. You've proven your point, but you're cornered. Give us Turk and we'll forget this happened." "No." The word comes out stronger than I feel. "Then you'll both drown trying to cross that river." She steps closer, rolling pins still in her hand. "Is that really how you want this to end? After everything?" Turk's hand finds mine. His fingers are trembling. Exhaustion or fear, I'm not sure which. "Turk!" Charity calls out, her voice breaking. "Please, we miss you. We need you. It won't be like before. We'll give you more rest, better food. Please just come home." Home? Turk repeats, and there's something bitter in his voice. That was never home. It was a trap. We gave you everything, Faith shouts. Purpose, appreciation, love. You gave me a schedule, Turk corrects. You gave me a score. You gave me a nickname that reduced me to a body part. That's not love. The women exchange glances. Then Patience steps forward, her expression calculating. Bramble, Felix, Pip, apprehend them. Bring Turk back. Carefully. Let's get things done. The three men move forward, their faces bright with helpfulness, and something in me snaps. Stop! I step forward, addressing the men directly. Look at yourselves. Look at what they've made you into. Bramble pauses, uncertainty flickering across his face. We're helping? You're on leashes! My voice cracks. You're crawling on your hands and knees like animals. Felix, you led men into battle and now you're a pack mule. Pip, you were a master tracker and now you're their hunting dog. We're being useful, Felix says, but his voice wavers. Let's get things done? The question mark again. That tiny crack in the facade. You're being used, I say desperately. There's a difference. Don't you remember who you were? Before the barrier? Before they broke you? Pip's hand goes to his leash, touching it like he's noticing it for the first time. I don't... Enough. Minerva's voice cuts through like a whip. Men, complete your task. Now. Let's get things done. But the response is automatic, hollow. For just a moment, I see confusion in their eyes, recognition of something wrong. Then it's gone, buried under years of conditioning. They move forward again, and Turk and I step backward. Into the river. The current hits like a fist, cold and relentless. My feet slip on the rocky bottom, and suddenly I'm being swept downstream, tumbling in the white water, can't breathe, can't see, can't. Turk's hand catches mine, holds. We're being carried by the current, battered against rocks, but we're together. His arm wraps around my waist, keeping my head above water as the river drags us away from the hunting party. From the bank, I hear Minerva's scream of rage. After them! Don't let them escape! Felix, drop the supplies! Bramble, follow along the bank! Let's get things done! Let's get things done! But the response is growing fainter, the current carrying us faster than they can run. I catch a glimpse of the men on the riverbank, running to keep pace, and for just a moment I see Pip stop, look at his leash, then at us being swept away. His mouth moves, and even over the roar of the water, I hear it. Let's get you gone. Not a mantra, a prayer. Then he's gone, pulled back by Patience's grip on his leash, and we're tumbling through rapids, and all I can do is hold on to Turk and pray we survive this. The river has us now, and there's no going back.
Chapter 21. Turk. The river is trying to kill us. That's all I can think as the current drags us under for the third time. The water is freezing, filling my mouth and nose, and every time I surface gasping for air, another wave slams into my face. But I don't let go of Frida. She's coughing, choking, her arms locked around my neck in a death grip. I can feel her terror and how tightly she's clinging, how her whole body is rigid with panic. "I've got you!" I shout over the roar of the rapids. "Don't let go!" "Can't swim!" She's gasping between words, water streaming down her face. "Turk, I can't!" A rock appears out of nowhere. I twist, taking the impact on my shoulder instead of my head, and the pain explodes white-hot through my wounded arm. But I keep hold of Frida, keep her head above water even as my own vision goes gray at the edges. We've been in the water for what feels like hours, but is probably only minutes. The current is relentless, carrying us downstream faster than any person could run. Behind us, impossibly far now, I can't hear the hunting party anymore. Just the roar of the river. The water curves around a bend, and suddenly the roar gets louder, much louder. "Waterfall!" I shout to Frida. "Hold on tight!" She doesn't scream. She just buries her face against my chest and holds on. We go over the edge. For a heartbeat, we're suspended in spray and air, the world gone weightless. Then gravity reasserts itself, and we're falling, falling. The impact drives every bit of air from my lungs. We go deep. So deep the pressure makes my ears scream. The waterfall's force is pushing us down, down, and my lungs are burning, and Frida's grip is slipping. I kick, hard. We break the surface in the pool below, both of us gasping and sputtering. The current here is gentler, swirling rather than dragging, and I can finally make headway toward the shore. My feet find rocks. I stumble forward, half swimming, half wading, pulling Frida with me. The shore is rocky and steep, but I don't care. I just need solid ground. We collapse on the stones, both coughing up what feels like half the river. "Are you?" I can't finish the sentence, still coughing. "Alive," Frida gasps. "Somehow. Are you?" "Think so." I roll onto my back, looking up at the gray sky. Every part of me hurts. My lungs feel bruised. The warg wounds have reopened. My shoulder is screaming from where I hit that rock, and I'm pretty sure I've added a dozen new injuries to the collection. But we're alive. We're free. I start to laugh. I can't help it. The sound comes out ragged and half-drowned, but it's genuine. "What's funny?" Frida props herself up on one elbow, looking at me like I've lost my mind. "We just went over a waterfall," I say. "We survived the rapids. We escaped from a village of sexually frustrated women who hunted us with domestic weaponry and broken men on leashes. The absurdity of it all hits me. And we're alive." She stares at me for a moment. Then she starts laughing too. We lie there on the rocky shore, laughing like lunatics while water streams off us and our bodies shake from cold and exhaustion and relief. It's not funny. None of it is funny. But we can't stop. Finally, the laughter fades into quiet breathing. The sun is climbing higher now, warming the rocks slightly. Not enough to stop us from shivering, but it's something. "We need to move," Frida says eventually. "Get warm. Find shelter." I know. But neither of us moves. We're too exhausted. Something splashes in the pool behind us. We both tense, turning to look. The water is churning. Not from the waterfall. This is something else. Something moving beneath the surface. Something big. "Tell me that's just the current," Frida whispers. A massive scaled head breaks the surface. It's serpentine, easily as large as a wagon, with a mane of fins that flare around its neck. The scales shimmer iridescent in the sunlight, greens and blues and purples shifting as it moves. Eyes like molten gold fix on us with predatory intelligence. "Leviathan," I breathe. The creature's mouth opens, revealing rows of teeth like swords. It doesn't roar. It doesn't need to. The threat is clear enough. "Run," Frida says. "Can't." My legs feel like water. "You run, I'll distract." "Not leaving you." She grabs my arm, hauling me to my feet with desperate strength. "Come on." We stumble up the rocky shore as the Leviathan lunges from the water. Its massive body flows onto the rocks with horrifying speed, tail propelling it forward like some nightmare combination of snake and fish. Frida is dragging me, my legs barely working, and I can hear the creature behind us, can feel the earth shaking with each surge of its body. A cave. Small, barely a crack in the cliff face, but it's there. "Inside!" Frida shoves me toward it. I squeeze through the opening, sharp stones scraping my shoulders. Frida follows, and we scramble deeper into the darkness, just as the Leviathan's head crashes against the cave entrance. It's too big to follow. Thank the gods. It's too big to follow. But it tries. Those massive jaws snap and tear at the entrance, widening it, sending chunks of stone raining down. Its roar finally comes, a sound that vibrates through the rock, through our bones, primal and enraged. "Deeper!" Frida gasps. Keep moving! The cave narrows, forcing us to crawl. Behind us, the Leviathan is still trying to force its way in, but the rock is holding. Barely. Then suddenly the sound changes. The scraping and roaring fades. Stops. We freeze in the darkness, listening. Silence. Did it give up? Frida whispers. Maybe. I don't believe it for a second. Or maybe. Water rushes into the cave from behind us. The Leviathan didn't give up. It just changed tactics. It's flooding us out. Move! We're scrambling forward now, the water rising rapidly, already up to our knees. The cave is sloping upward slightly, which means there might be another exit, might be air, might be light, faint, gray, but definitely light ahead. We splash toward it as the water rises to our waists. The cave opens into a larger chamber, and there, a narrow chimney leading up, daylight visible at the top. Can you climb? Frida asks. Have to. The water is up to my chest now. We climb. The chimney is barely wide enough, sharp rocks tearing at our clothes and skin. But the water is rising behind us, and that's all the motivation I need. My fingers find the top edge. I haul myself out onto grass and sunlight and blessed air, then reach back to pull Frida up after me. We collapse on the ground, gasping as water geysers out of the chimney behind us. The Leviathan's roar echoes from below, furious and frustrated. But we're out. We're safe. For now. I roll onto my back, staring up at the sky, and pull Frida close. She's shaking. We both are. From cold and exhaustion and the sheer impossibility of still being alive. We chose love, I say quietly, remembering her words from before. And we lived. Barely. But she's smiling, pressed against my side. Turk. We barely... But we did. I tighten my arm around her. We survived. Together. She tilts her head to look at me, water streaming from her hair, face scratched and bruised. What now? I sit up slowly, taking stock of our surroundings. We're on a cliff overlooking the ocean. Rocky shoreline stretches in both directions, wild and empty. No buildings, no roads, no signs of civilization at all. Just Rach in all its dangerous, untamed glory. Now we find my brothers, I say. We head north, and we figure out the rest as we go. That's not much of a plan. It's the best I've got. I help her stand, both of us swaying with exhaustion. But we're alive, Frida. We're free, and we're together. That's more than we had yesterday. She leans against me, and I wrap my arms around her, holding her close despite the cold and the pain, and the fact that we're both probably going to collapse any minute. Together, she repeats softly. I like the sound of that. Me too. We stand there on the cliff edge, battered but unbroken, watching the waves crash against the rocks below. The Leviathan has gone silent. The hunting party is miles behind us, on the other side of the river. We're alone, wounded, lost. But we have each other. Sometimes that's enough.
Earth is pretty much a desolate wasteland since the orcs came over from Protheka, and being a woman, the best you can hope is to be someone's property. Now, after my curvy body catches Korthar's eye, he'll claim me, and I'll serve him, in any way he pleases.
You're mine now. Listen to this story and more when you get the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka audiobook and ebook bundle.
40 books, 19 audiobooks, 19 ebooks. You even get 1 free novella and 1 free audiobook.
All for a shocking 90% off.
Protheka's magic is eternal, and the complete Orc Warriors of Protheka bundle will bring over 100 hours of that magic to you. Chapter 22. Frida. The tavern is dim, lit by a fireplace and a few oil lamps scattered around. The air smells of old beer and wood smoke and something medicinal, herbs maybe, or poultices. And it's not empty. There are maybe a dozen figures scattered throughout the room, occupying corner tables and shadowy booths. I catch glimpses of them. A scarred human woman sharpening a blade, 2 orcs huddled over a map, a hooded figure I can't identify at all. Outcasts. Criminals, probably. The kind of people who end up in forgotten places on the edge of civilization. No one looks up as we enter. No one seems to care. "Sit," the dark elf says, gesturing to a table near the fire. "I'll get supplies." He disappears through a door behind the bar before I can respond. Turk collapses onto the bench with a groan, and I sink down beside him. The warmth from the fireplace is immediate and overwhelming. I hadn't realised how cold I was until the heat started thawing me out. "This is a mistake," I whisper. "We should leave. Dark elves don't help humans out of kindness." I know. Turk is examining his wounds, the war gashes angry and inflamed. But I can't walk another step, and if he wanted us dead, we'd already be dead. He's right, but that doesn't make me feel better. The dark elf returns with an armful of supplies, bandages, a bowl of water, various bottles that might be medicine or poison. He sets everything on the table with surprising gentleness. "Let me see the arm," he says to Turk. "I can do it myself." "No, you can't. You're half dead from blood loss and exhaustion." The dark elf pulls up a stool, those crimson eyes fixed on Turk's wounds. "I'm not going to hurt you. Contrary to popular belief, not all dark elves are sadistic monsters. Some of us simply don't care one way or another." He begins cleaning the wounds with practiced efficiency. His touch is careful, clinical. Not cruel, but not particularly kind either. Just professional. "You have a name?" Turk asks through gritted teeth as the dark elf applies something that makes him hiss in pain. "Vex." He doesn't look up from his work. "And you two are—" "Turk. Iron Tusk clan." "Frida." I don't add where I'm from. Ark's smithy feels like another life now. Turk and Frida. Vex finishes with Turk's arm and starts wrapping it with clean bandages. "And what brings you to my little corner of nowhere? Besides obvious trauma and questionable life choices." "We're running from someone," I say carefully. "Everyone here is running from someone." Vex's smile is sharp. "That's why this place exists. Sanctuary for those who don't fit anywhere else." He ties off the bandage and sits back. "But you two, you're running from something unusual. I can tell." "How?" Turk asks. "Because you're together." Vex's crimson eyes move between us. An orc and a human, clearly devoted to each other, both half dead but still protective. That speaks of desperation, of choosing each other over safety. He leans forward. "So what was it? Slave traders? Bandits? Angry family?" "A village of sexually frustrated women," Turk says bluntly. Vex blinks, then laughs, a genuine sound that transforms his face from dangerous to almost handsome. "Well, that's certainly unique." "They had him scheduled," I add, surprising myself. "Like an appointment book, sun up to sundown, every day until he collapsed." "Ark's smithy," Vex says, and it's not a question. We both freeze. "You know about it?" I ask. Rumours, whispers, a village hidden in the interior where visitors check in and never check out. Vex's expression has gone serious. "I've heard of 3 travellers who went looking for it deliberately. 2 never returned. The 3rd came back, changed, broken, kept saying, 'Let's get things done,' over and over until he walked into the ocean and didn't come back up." The description makes my stomach turn. How many others besides the ones I documented? How many victims I never even knew about? "We escaped," Turk says quietly. "Barely. Clearly." Vex produces 2 mugs and a bottle of something amber. He pours generous measures and slides them across the table. "Drink. It'll help with the pain and the cold." I take a sip. It burns going down but settles warm in my stomach. Not poison, then. Or if it is, at least it's pleasant poison. So what now? Vex asks. You're free. Wounded, but free. Where do you go from here? North, Turk says immediately. I'm looking for my brothers, other orcs. We were separated years ago when we fled through the portal from Earth. Vex's crimson eyes sharpen with interest. Orcs, plural. How many brothers? 6, 7 of us total. Turk leans forward despite his exhaustion. Have you heard anything? Seen any orcs passing through? Not through here, no. Vex drums his fingers on the table thoughtfully. But I have heard rumours. Talk from travellers, merchants who come through. Stories of orcs building something in the northern territories. Turk sits up straighter. Building what? A settlement, maybe, or a stronghold. The stories are vague. Most people don't want to get close enough to find out. Vex's smile is enigmatic. Dark elves leave it alone because it's too remote to be worth the trouble. Bandits avoid it because apparently orcs don't take kindly to raiders. It's become something of a legend among outcasts. A place where you can disappear and start over. That sounds like my brothers, Turk says, and there's hope in his voice. They'd build something safe. Grook always talked about having a stronghold, a real home. Then you'll want to head northeast from here. Vex stands, moving to the bar and producing a piece of paper. He sketches quickly, a rough map showing the coastline, inland features, landmarks. Follow the coast for maybe 2 days, then turn inland at the Split Rock. There's an old trade route through the mountains, abandoned now, but still passable. Follow it north for another 3 days, maybe 4 given your condition. You'll know you're close when you see clan markings on the trees. He slides the map across the table to Turk, who takes it with trembling hands. Thank you. Turk's voice is rough. How much do you want for this information? We don't have money, but... I don't want money. Vex's crimson eyes fix on me. I want information. Here it comes. The price. What kind of information? I ask carefully. Everything you know about Ark's smithy, the barrier's location, how it works, the village layout, population, defences, everything. Why? Turk's voice has gone suspicious. What do you want with that information? Vex's smile is sharp and cold. Let's just say I have a professional interest in places that trap and exploit travellers. I like to know where my competitors operate. It's a lie. Or at least not the whole truth. But I look at Turk's wounds, at his exhausted face, at the map that might lead us to his brothers. And I know we need this. Fine, I say. I'll tell you everything. And I do. I spend the next hour describing Ark's smithy in detail, the barrier between the standing stones, the village layout, the men's conditions, the women's hierarchy, the scoring system, the building that used to be a smithy, all of it. Vex listens without interrupting, occasionally asking clarifying questions. When I finish, he nods slowly. Fascinating. That barrier is old magic. Very old, the kind that doesn't just happen by accident. He looks at me with something that might be respect. You were brave to stand against that system. Most people just survive it. I survived it for 23 years, I say bitterly. I only found courage when it mattered to someone besides myself. That's when courage counts. Vex refills our mugs. The map is yours. Follow it, find these brothers, build your new life. And Turk. He fixes those crimson eyes on the orc. Your brothers are lucky to have someone so determined to find them. Don't die before you reach them. That would be anticlimactic. I'll do my best, Turk says. There are rooms upstairs, Vex adds. Sleep tonight, rest properly. You'll need your strength for the journey ahead. No charge. Consider it payment for the entertainment value of your story. Entertainment, I mutter, but I'm too exhausted to argue. Vex shows us to a small room on the second floor, simple but clean, with an actual bed and blankets that don't smell of mildew. Luxury compared to what we've had. As he's leaving, I call out, "Why are you helping us? Really?" Vex pauses in the doorway, his expression unreadable. "Because I've spent my entire life watching the strong exploit the weak, and occasionally, very occasionally, it's refreshing to see someone refuse to be broken. Sleep well, Turk and Frida. You've earned it." He closes the door, leaving us alone. Turk is already lying down, his eyes closed. "Do you trust him?" "No," I say honestly. "But I think he told us the truth about your brothers. And right now, that's enough." I lie down beside him, careful not to jostle his wounds. Within moments, his breathing evens out into sleep. I stare at the ceiling, listening to the muffled sounds of the tavern below. Outcasts and criminals and desperate souls, all seeking refuge in this forgotten place. We fit right in, but tomorrow we head north, toward hope, toward family, toward something better than just survival. I close my eyes and let exhaustion pull me under.
Chapter 23. Turk. I wake to sunlight streaming through the grimy window and the smell of something cooking. For a moment I can't remember where I am. Then it comes back. Vex's tavern, the map, the promise of brothers somewhere to the north. I sit up carefully, testing my wounds. They hurt. Everything hurts. But it's a different kind of pain than yesterday. Not the sharp agony of fresh injury, but the deep ache of healing. My arm is stiff where Vex bandaged it, but when I flex my fingers, they respond properly. My ribs protest, but don't scream. I'm recovering. Frida is still asleep beside me, curled on her side with one hand tucked under her cheek. In the morning light, I can see how much the past days have taken from her. Her face is thinner, marked with scratches and bruises. Her clothes are torn and stained with mud and blood and river water. But she's beautiful. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. "You're staring," she murmurs without opening her eyes. "Can't help it." I brush a strand of hair from her face. "You saved my life, multiple times. I'm allowed to stare. Creep." But she's smiling as she opens her eyes. "How do you feel?" "Like I fought a leviathan and survived a waterfall and ran for my life for 3 days straight." I stretch carefully. "So, better than yesterday." She laughs, then winces. "Everything hurts. We should probably stay another day. Rest more before we..." "No." She sits up, her expression firm. "Every day we wait is another day they might find us. Minerva won't give up easily. We need to put distance between us and Ark's smithy." She's right, but I don't have to like it. We make our way downstairs to find the tavern nearly empty. Just Vex behind the bar, polishing glasses with the same methodical precision as yesterday, and one of the hooded figures from last night hunched over a bowl of something in the corner. "Breakfast," Vex says, sliding 2 bowls across the bar without being asked. Some kind of stew, thick, hot, and surprisingly good. "Eat. You'll need your strength." We eat in silence, both of us too hungry for conversation. The stew settles warm in my stomach, and I feel my strength returning with each bite. "The map," Vex says when we're done. He produces the rough sketch from yesterday, now with additional notes in the margins. "I've added landmarks, water sources, places to avoid. There's a stretch of deadlands here." He taps a spot on the map, where nothing grows. "Don't camp there, and watch for bandits around here." Another tap. "They've been hitting travelers on the trade route." "Thank you," I say, taking the map carefully. "For everything. I don't have a clue how to repay." "Then don't." Vex's crimson eyes are unreadable. "Just find your brothers. Build something worth building. And if you ever hear rumors of Ark's smithy falling apart..." His smile is sharp. "Think of me." What are you planning to do with that information? Frida asks. Nothing you need to worry about. Vex returns to his glass polishing. Safe travels, Turk of the Iron Tusk clan, Frida of Nowhere. May your journey north be less eventful than your journey here. We leave the tavern as the sun climbs higher, Vex's map tucked safely in my belt. The day is clear and cold, and at last I feel something like optimism. My brothers are out there, building something, waiting. Northeast, Frida says, studying the map over my shoulder. 2 days along the coast, then inland. Do you really think they're there? They have to be. I fold the map and start walking. Iron Tusk doesn't abandon family. If they're alive, they're together. And if they're together, they're building something permanent. That's who we are. The coastline is rocky and wild, waves crashing against black stone. We walk in silence for a while, both of us conserving energy, both of us scanning for threats. By midday, my optimism has started to waver. The terrain is harder than I expected. Loose rocks that shift underfoot, steep climbs up and down the coastal cliffs. My wounds are pulling with every step, and I can see Frida is struggling too, though she's trying to hide it. We should rest, she says, pointing to an outcropping that provides some shelter from the wind. Just for a bit. We collapse in the shade, passing the water skin between us. The map shows we've made decent progress, maybe a quarter of the way to the split rock where we turn inland. Tell me more about your brothers, Frida says. You mentioned them before, but I want to know. Really know. So I do. I tell her about Grook's terrible temper and unexpected gentleness with children, about Torknek's obsession with perfect metalwork, about Kragoth's tracking skills and his habit of talking to trees, about Moksh's schemes that somehow always worked out, about Darmok's poetry that could make warriors weep. And Kilkirk, she asks. Kilkirk is complicated. I smile despite myself. He's the one who always finds trouble, or trouble finds him. Either way, he's usually in the middle of something interesting. The last time I saw him, he was arguing with a dark elf merchant about the proper way to roast coffee beans. Coffee beans? He's very particular about his coffee. I take her hand. You'll like them. All of them. They'll love you because I love you. She squeezes my hand. I hope so. I've never had a family before. Not a real one. You do now. We rest for another hour, then continue north. The afternoon passes in a blur of walking and resting and walking again. By evening, we've reached a small cove with a freshwater stream and decent shelter under an overhang. We'll camp here, I decide. Start fresh in the morning. Frida gathers wood while I use flint from her pack to start a fire. Soon we have flames crackling, warmth spreading through the small space. It feels almost civilized. The fire has burned low, casting long shadows across the cove. Frida's scream still echoes in my ears, even though she's quiet now, pressed against my chest, trembling like a leaf in storm wind. I hold her tighter, one hand stroking down her spine, the other cradling the back of her head. You're here, I murmur into her hair. We're here. They can't touch us anymore. She nods against my throat, but her breathing is still ragged. I keep seeing it. Your face when they were using you. Empty. Like part of you had already died. The words cut deeper than the warg's claws ever did. I pull back just enough to meet her eyes. Dark, haunted, shining with unshed tears. I'm not empty, I say, voice low and fierce. Not anymore. You pulled me out of that grave before it finished swallowing me. Every time you looked at me just like I was still a person, not a tool, you gave me another piece back. A tear slips down her cheek. I catch it with my thumb. I was so scared I'd lose you, she whispers, that I'd be too late. You weren't. I kiss her forehead, then her eyelids, tasting salt. You were right on time. She lifts her face and our mouths meet. Slow at first, almost careful, like we're both afraid we might break. But the fear is gone now, burned away by days of running, fighting, surviving. What's left is certainty. We're alive, together. And that knowledge ignites something primal. The kiss turns hungry. Her fingers dig into my shoulders, mine fist in her hair. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard, eyes locked. "I want you," she says, voice rough. "Right now, all of you. No holding back." I search her face. "You sure? You're still—" "I'm sure." She pulls my tunic over my head in one impatient yank. "I need to feel you. Need to know this is real. This scene is about to get too steamy for this platform's comfort. And as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here."
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
The passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprotheka.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the worlds of Protheka.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back.
"I love you," she whispers, voice hoarse. "I think I've loved you since the moment you looked at me like I was more than just the woman who could save you." I kiss her, soft, lingering. "I love you too, and I'm never letting go." We stay tangled like that for long minutes, breathing each other in. Eventually, I ease out gently, clean us both with a cloth from her pack, then pull her close again. She tucks herself against my chest, one leg thrown over mine, head under my chin. The fire has burned to embers. The waves crash steady outside the overhang. For the first time since I stumbled into Ark's smithy, there's no fear, no score, no schedule, just us. She's already drifting, exhaustion finally winning. I press a kiss to her hair. "Sleep, love," I murmur. "I've got you." Her breathing evens out, slow, deep, peaceful. I lie awake a little longer, listening to the ocean, feeling her heartbeat against mine. We're alive. We're together. And tomorrow we keep going, toward family, toward home. I close my eyes, arms wrapped around the woman who saved me in every way that matters. Finally, I fall asleep truly at peace. I wake in the night to Frida's scream. She's sitting up, breathing hard, her eyes wide with terror in the firelight. "Frida!" I pull her close. "It's okay. You're safe. We're safe." "I dreamed we were back there," she gasps. "In Ark's smithy. They had you on a leash and I couldn't stop them, and you were saying, 'Let's get things done,' and your eyes were empty." "Shh. I'm here. I'm me. No leash. No barrier. No hollow cheerfulness." I hold her until her breathing slows. "It was just a dream. It could have been real." She looks up at me. "If you hadn't been strong enough to hold on, if I hadn't been brave enough to intervene, it could have been real. But it wasn't. We chose differently. We chose each other." She settles against my chest and I feel her gradually relax. The fire burns low and I add more wood, keeping the darkness at bay. "Turk," she whispers after a while, "when we find your brothers, when we reach the settlement, what happens then?" "Then we build a life." I stroke her hair. "Together, whatever that looks like. I don't know how to do that. Build a life. I've spent 23 years just surviving. Then we'll figure it out together." I kiss the top of her head. "Besides, you're the smart one. I'm just the helpful orc who can't say no." "Could say no now," she points out. "That's progress. Only because I learned it from you." I pull her closer. "You taught me that helping should be a choice, not a compulsion. That love means protecting each other, not using each other. That I'm worth more than what I can do for others." She's quiet for a long moment. Then, "I love you. I love you too." We lie there together as the fire burns and the stars wheel overhead. Tomorrow we'll keep walking, keep searching, keep hoping. But tonight, we have each other. And for now, that's enough. Dawn comes too quickly. We break camp and continue north, following the coastline. The terrain is getting rougher, more cliffs, fewer beaches. But Vex's map is accurate, showing us the passable routes, the places where we can descend to sea level and refill our water. By afternoon on the second day, we spotted the Split Rock, a massive boulder that looks like it was cleaved in two by a giant's axe, creating a perfect V-shape pointing inland. "That's it," Frida says, consulting the map. "We turn here." We leave the coast behind, heading into the interior. The landscape changes quickly, coastal scrub giving way to forest, then to foothills. The old trade route Vex mentioned is still visible, a worn path through the trees. And then I see it, carved into a tree trunk, faded but unmistakable. A tusk symbol, the mark of Iron Tusk clan. "Frida!" My voice comes out rough. "Look." She sees it and her face lights up. "Your brothers, they were here. They were here." I run my fingers over the carving, feeling the grooves. It's old, months at least, but it's real. We're on the right track. We move faster now, energized by hope. More markings appear, some fresh, some old. We're following a trail, breadcrumbs left by orcs who passed this way. The sun is setting when I feel it. That prickling sensation on the back of my neck. The certainty that we're being watched. "Frida," I say quietly. "Don't look around, don't react. But we're not alone." "I know." Her hand moves to her knife. "I felt it for the past mile." "How many?" "At least 3. Maybe more." I scan the trees without moving my head. They're good. Professional. Bandits? Or my brothers checking out strangers on their territory? I raise my voice slightly. "We're travelers, looking for the Iron Tusk settlement. I'm Turk, youngest of 7 brothers. If any of you are clan, show yourselves." Silence. Just the wind in the trees and our own breathing. Then movement. 3 figures step out from the shadows, and my heart nearly stops. They're orcs, but not my brothers. These orcs are scarred, armed with crude weapons, and they're looking at us like we're prey. "Iron Tusk settlement?" The leader grins, showing broken tusks. "Yeah, we know where that is. Been meaning to pay them a visit. Thank you for showing us which trail they're using." He raises his weapon, a rusted blade that's seen too much use. "Now, you're going to tell us everything you know about their defenses, or we're going to hurt you until you do." Frida's knife is in her hand instantly. I step in front of her, my own hands empty but ready. These aren't my brothers.
Chapter 24. Frida. The leader's grin widens as more figures emerge from the trees. Not 3, 6, 7, 8. We're surrounded by ragged orcs, each one scarred and armed, their eyes hungry and mean. These aren't warriors. They're desperate outcasts, the kind who prey on travellers because they can't survive any other way. 8 against 2, the leader says, circling us slowly. Pretty bad odds for you. So here's how this works. You tell us about the settlement, we let you live. Maybe. We don't know anything, I say, keeping my knife raised. We're just looking for... Liar. He spits on the ground. You said Iron Tusk. You got their markings on the trees. You know where they are, and you're going to tell us. Why? Turk's voice is steady despite being outnumbered. What do you want with my clan? Your clan? The leader laughs, and the others join in. Oh, this is even better. One of the precious Iron Tusk brothers, wandering around lost. They'll pay good coin to get you back. Or maybe we just kill you and take what we want from your settlement anyway. You won't make it past the first lookout, Turk says flatly. We'll see about that. The leader gestures to his companions. Take them. Keep the orc alive. He's worth something. The woman. He shrugs. Do what you want with her. They move in. The first one reaches for me, and I drive my knife up under his ribs. He goes down with a surprised wheeze, and suddenly everything is chaos. Turk catches the second attacker's arm, twists, and I hear bones snap. The orc screams and drops his weapon. Turk follows up with his tusks, goring the attacker's shoulder, and the orc collapses. 3 more rush Turk from different angles. He's outnumbered, wounded, should be exhausted, but he moves like a warrior reborn. Days of rest and recovery have brought back his strength, and now he's using it. He blocks one blade with his forearm, absorbs the impact, and uses the momentum to throw the attacker into another. I'm not idle. The knife-wielding bandit comes at me, and I grab a fallen branch from the ground, using it to deflect his blade. The wood splinters but holds long enough for me to kick his knee. He stumbles, and I bring the branch down on his head with all my strength. Behind you, Turk shouts. I spin, but I'm too slow. A massive hand catches my shoulder, spinning me around. The leader. He's even bigger up close, his broken tusks jagged and menacing. Feisty little thing, he growls, grabbing for my knife hand. I let him catch it, then drive my other hand's fingers toward his eyes. He jerks back with a curse, and I wrench free, slashing across his forearm. Blood sprays, but he doesn't let go, doesn't stop coming. A rock. There's a rock at my feet, fist-sized and heavy. I drop the knife, grab the rock, and smash it into his temple. He staggers. I hit him again, and again. He drops. I spin around, breathing hard, to see Turk finishing off the last 2 attackers. One is already unconscious on the ground. The other is backing away, hands raised in surrender. Wait, I didn't want to, they made me. Turk doesn't kill him, but he does grab the orc by the throat and lift him off his feet. Who sent you? Who knows about the settlement? No one, I swear. The orc is choking, his feet kicking uselessly. We're just raiders. We heard rumours, thought maybe there'd be supplies, weapons. How many others know about this trail? Just us, just our band. His eyes are bulging now. Please. Turk drops him. The orc scrambles backward, then turns and runs into the forest. Should we chase him? I ask, retrieving my knife. No. Turk is breathing hard, examining his arms. Fresh cuts from the fighting, but nothing serious. Let him spread the word. Tell other bandits what happens when you try to raid Iron Tusk. I look at the carnage around us. 8 attackers. 3 dead, 4 unconscious, 1 fled. We did that, together. You're incredible, I say, and I mean it. Watching him fight, truly fight, with all his strength returned, was terrifying and beautiful. I've never seen anyone move like that. You weren't exactly sitting still yourself. He grins, though it's strained. That thing with the rock? Brutal. I learned from the best. I start checking the unconscious bandits, looking for anything useful. One has a decent water skin, another has a small pouch of dried meat. We should take supplies and move. That one who ran might come back with reinforcements. Agreed. Turk is already gathering weapons. A few blades that aren't completely rusted. A hunting knife that looks well maintained. And we need to warn my brothers. If these bandits found the trail, others will too. We move quickly, following the path deeper into the forest. My heart is still racing from the fight, adrenaline making everything too sharp, too bright. I killed someone. Maybe 2, depending on how hard I hit that leader. I should feel something about that. Guilt, maybe. Horror. But all I feel is relief that we're alive. Frida. Turk's voice is gentle. He's stopped walking, looking back at me with concern. Are you all right? I killed them. The words come out flat. I didn't even hesitate. You defended yourself, defended us. He comes back, taking my blood-stained hands in his. There's no shame in that. I know. I look at our joined hands. I spent 23 years in Ark's smithy watching terrible things happen and doing nothing, being a coward, and now I'm killing people without a second thought. What does that make me? Brave. He pulls me close, and I let him, pressing my face against his chest. It makes you brave and strong and willing to fight for what matters. You matter, I whisper. And so do you. He kisses the top of my head. We protect each other. That's what love is. We stand there for a moment, holding each other among the trees, surrounded by the evidence of violence. Then he pulls back, cupping my face in his hands. We should keep moving, he says, but I need you to know, watching you fight back there, seeing you refuse to be a victim, that's when I knew for certain. Knew what? That I'm going to marry you. He says it simply, like it's the most obvious thing in the world. When we find my brothers, when we're safe, I'm going to ask you properly, and you're going to say yes, and we're going to build that life you talked about. My throat is tight. Pretty confident, aren't you? About you? Always. He's smiling now, that warm, genuine smile that makes him look years younger. So what do you say? Want to marry a helpful orc who's finally learning to say no? I'll think about it, I say, but I'm smiling too. We continue up the trail, and I notice Turk is moving differently now. Not the exhausted stumbling of the past days, but with purpose and strength. The fight woke something in him, reminded him who he is beneath the damage Ark's smithy tried to inflict. You're walking better, I observe. Feel better? He flexes his arms experimentally. The rest at Vex's tavern, the food, and now... He grins. Nothing like a good fight to remind you you're alive. We still need to be careful. You're not invincible. I know. His expression sobers. But I'm not broken anymore either. Whatever they tried to do to me in that village, it didn't stick. Not completely. As we walk, I spot more clan markings on the trees. These ones are fresher, the cuts in the bark more recent. We're getting close, Turk says, his voice tight with anticipation and fear. These marks are recent, maybe days old. What if... I don't finish the thought. What if Vex was wrong? What if his brothers aren't here? What if they moved on? They're here. Turk touches another marking reverently. I can feel it. They're here. The forest is getting denser as evening approaches. We'll need to make camp soon, find shelter before dark. But Turk keeps pushing forward, following the trail markers with single-minded determination. Then I see it through the trees ahead, smoke, multiple sources rising into the evening sky. Not wildfire smoke, cookfire smoke, settlement smoke. Turk, I breathe. Look. He stops, following my gaze. His whole body goes rigid, and I see his hands start to shake. That's them, he whispers. That has to be them. We move toward the smoke, our pace quickening despite our exhaustion and injuries. The bond between us feels stronger now, forged in blood and violence and survival. We protected each other, killed for each other, and now we're about to find out if all of it was worth it. The trees thin ahead, and I catch glimpses of structures through the branches. Wooden walls, buildings, a settlement, real, solid, alive with activity. Wait. I grab Turk's arm as he's about to burst into the clearing. We don't know what we're walking into. What if there are guards? What if they think we're bandits? He takes a deep breath, visibly calming himself. You're right. We approach carefully. Announce ourselves. He looks at me, his eyes bright with unshed tears. But Frida, they're here. My brothers are here. I can feel it. Then let's go meet them. I squeeze his hand. Together.
Chapter 25. Turk. It's real. There's a farm here. Fields cleared and planted. A few sturdy wooden houses scattered across the land, a barn with its doors open showing tools and hay. Smoke rises from chimneys. I can see vegetables growing in neat rows, and there's a chicken coop near one of the houses. Peaceful, quiet. Home. "Hello?" I call out, my voice cracking slightly. "Is anyone here?" For a moment, nothing. Then a door opens on the nearest house, and an orc steps out, wiping his hands on a cloth. I know that stance, that build. "Grook?" My voice breaks on his name. He freezes, the cloth falling from his hands, stares at me like I'm a ghost. "Turk?" He says it quietly, disbelieving. Then louder. "Turk? It's me." I can barely get the words out. "I'm here." He crosses the distance between us at a run, and then I'm caught in a crushing embrace. My oldest brother, the fierce warrior who never showed weakness, is shaking as he holds me. "We thought—" His voice is rough against my ear. "We searched everywhere, followed every rumor. We thought you were dead." "Almost was," I manage. "But I'm here now." "Brothers!" Grook's voice booms across the farmstead. "Get out here! Now!" Doors fly open. They come from different directions, from houses, from the barn, from the fields. Mogor emerges from the barn, limping slightly, but moving fast. "What's all the—" He sees me and stops dead. No way. Othik comes from one of the houses, steady and calm until he spots me. His jaw drops. "Little brother." Thoktar appears from around the barn, covered in soot from forge work, his eyes going wide. "You magnificent bastard!" Kilkirk stumbles out of another house looking half asleep, but he's instantly awake when he sees me. "Thought you'd gotten too good for us." And finally, Pandar, who I thought was still trapped in the arena, who I thought I might never see again. He's thinner than I remember, with new scars across his chest and arms, but he's here. He's free. He comes out of the furthest house, and when he sees me, his face crumples. "Turk." His voice breaks on my name. "Brother." I'm surrounded by them then, all 6 of my brothers, all of them reaching for me, touching me, making sure I'm real. We're all crying now, these massive warriors reduced to sobbing messes in the middle of the farmyard, and I don't care. I don't care about anything except this moment. We're together. After everything, we're together. "How did you—" Grook starts. "Where have you—" Mogor adds. "Are you hurt?" Othik is already examining my arms, the cuts from the bandit fight. "I'm fine," I say, laughing through tears. "I'm fine, I'm here, I remember Frida, still standing at the edge of the clearing, watching this reunion with wet eyes and a small smile. Wait, there's someone. I turn and reach for her, pulling her forward, bringing her into our circle. My brothers fall silent, studying her with curiosity. "This is Frida," I say, keeping her hand firmly in mine. "She saved my life, multiple times. She's the reason I'm standing here." "Then she's family," Grook says immediately, and there's no argument from the others. "Anyone who brings our brother home is Iron Tusk as far as I'm concerned." Frida looks overwhelmed, but she manages a shaky smile. "Thank you. Thank you." "Come on," Mogor says, slinging an arm around my shoulders. "You both look half dead. Let's get you fed, cleaned up, and then you can tell us everything." They lead us toward the largest house, clearly the main gathering place. Inside, it's simple but comfortable. A long table dominates the center, with benches on either side. A fireplace crackles warmly. The walls are bare wood, but there are touches that make it feel lived in. Tools hung neatly, a shelf of mismatched cups and plates, herbs drying from the ceiling beams. "Sit," Grook orders, and we sit. Within minutes, there's food in front of us. Bread, cheese, dried meat, fresh water. My brothers crowd around the table, all of them staring at me like I might disappear. "Pandar," I say, looking at my brother. "You got out. How?" 3 months ago. His voice is harder than I remember, darker. Made the arena owners regret the day they bought me. Made sure they won't be buying anyone else either. I don't ask for details. The scars and the look in his eyes tell me enough. And this place? I gesture around us. How did you... We found it after we all got free, Othik explains. Wild land, unclaimed. Started building. Started farming. Figured if we couldn't find you, at least we'd have a place for you to come home to. If you ever came. We never stopped looking, Kilkirk adds. Sent word everywhere. Asked every traveler, every merchant. Where's the seventh brother? Where's Turk? I was in a village, I say quietly. Ark's smithy. It's complicated. Bad. But Frida got me out. Tell us, Grook says. Everything. So I do. I tell them about being captured, about the barrier magic that compelled helpfulness until you were a broken shell, about the Stiffy appointments and Minerva's schedule, about watching men die slowly, drained of everything that made them themselves. I tell them about Frida documenting it all for 23 years, hating herself for her cowardice but trapped by fear, about how she chose to help me escape anyway, giving up everything she knew, about the hunting party with the leashed men chanting, "Let's get things done," the cave chase, the warg attack, the river and the Leviathan, Vex's tavern and the map north, about the bandits just hours ago and how we fought them off together. My brothers listen in silence, their faces growing darker with each detail. When I finish, there's a long moment where no one speaks. This village, Grook finally says, his voice deadly calm. Ark's smithy. Where is it? South and west, Frida answers before I can. But you can't just attack it. The barrier affects anyone male who enters. It would take you too. Then we find another way, Mogor says flatly. No one does that to our brother, and walks away. Later, Othik interrupts. Right now, Turk needs rest. They both do. Revenge can wait. He's right, Thoktar agrees, though I can see the anger in his eyes. You're home now, brother. Safe. That's what matters. I'm home, I repeat, and the words feel like a miracle. I'm really home. And you brought a woman with you, Kilkirk grins, some of the tension breaking. Never thought I'd see the day. Our gentle giant, finally settling down. Careful, Frida says dryly. I just killed 3 people this morning. I'm feeling pretty dangerous. My brothers laugh at that, and the mood lightens. They start asking Frida questions about her life, her skills, what she thinks of the farm. She answers cautiously at first, then with growing confidence as she realizes they genuinely accept her. You'll stay, of course, Grook says. It's not really a question. Both of you. We've got room and we can always use more hands. I look at Frida and she nods. Yes, we'll stay, if you'll have us. Have you? Pandar reaches across the table to grip my shoulder. Brother, you're home. This is where you belong, where you've always belonged. The sun is setting through the windows, casting warm light across the table. My 6 brothers, Frida at my side, the smell of home-cooked food and wood smoke. For the first time in longer than I can remember, I feel safe. There's one more thing, I say, looking at Frida. She blushes, knowing what I'm about to say. I'm going to marry her, if she'll have me. About damn time, Mogor laughs. Was wondering when you'd get around to it. She hasn't actually said yes yet, I point out. She will, Kilkirk says confidently. Look at her. She's already planning the wedding. I am not, Frida protests, but she's smiling. So? I turn to her, suddenly nervous despite everything. Will you marry me? She looks around the table at my brothers, all watching with interest. Then back at me, her eyes soft and warm. Ask me properly, she says. Later, when we're alone, and then I'll give you my answer. That's a yes, Thoktar stage whispers. Shut up, Frida and I say in unison, and the whole table erupts in laughter. As the evening deepens, and my brothers start telling their own stories, their escapes, their journeys here, the work of building this farm, I feel something inside me finally relax. The constant tension, the fear, the exhaustion, it all drains away, replaced by something I barely recognize. Peace. I'm home. My brothers are alive. Frida is beside me. I can imagine a life.
Epilogue. Rofon. The harbor stinks of fish and tar and unwashed bodies, but to me it smells like freedom. I move through the crowd carefully, keeping my head down, my horns tilted away from curious eyes. Every step is an effort. My legs, once thick with muscle that could crack a man's spine, feel like reeds that might snap under my own diminished weight. I can feel my ribs through my patchy fur. Feel the hollow of my belly where there should be the solid mass of a warrior's core. The women of Ark's smithy took more than my dignity. They took my strength, my substance, left me a shadow wearing a minotaur skin, but I'm out. I escaped, and now I just need to get home, to Miltar, to unfinished business. I scan the docked ships with desperate eyes, looking for the colors I know, the red and gold of Corona, the blue and white of the northern ports, any vessel that might carry me back to the island nation of my birth. Then I see it, a merchant ship with Miltar's banner snapping in the wind, and on the deck, directing the loading of cargo, a minotaur captain, older, grizzled, his horns decorated with copper rings. Strong. Everything I used to be. Everything I will be again. I approach the gangplank, forcing my hooves to move steadily, despite the weakness in my legs. The captain notices me immediately. You can't miss another minotaur, even in a busy port, and his eyes widen. "Brother," he says, but there's shock in his voice, concern. "You're thin for our kind." The shame burns hotter than any brand. To be seen like this by one of my own people, to have my weakness so obvious that a stranger comments on it immediately. "I've been sick," I say, and it's not entirely a lie. What Ark's smithy did to me was a sickness, a poison that drained me from the inside out. An illness, but I'm recovering. He studies me with the kind of pity that makes me want to gore him with my horns. But I need him, need his ship. "I need passage to Miltar," I continue, keeping my voice steady. "I can work, pay my way with labor." He glances at my thin arms, my hollow chest, and I can see him calculating whether I'm capable of any real work. The assessment stings worse than his initial shock. "Where are you coming from?" he asks. "The mainland. I've been traveling." I won't mention Ark's smithy. Won't speak of the barrier magic, the scheduled appointments, the way they used me until I was nearly as broken as the leashed men they paraded through the streets. I just need to get home. Something in my voice must convince him. Or perhaps it's simply that no Minotaur can refuse another passage home. It's not done. We're islanders, seafarers, and the ocean is meant to carry us back to our own shores. "All right," he says finally. "We leave with the morning tide. You'll work cargo, light duty, until you've recovered your strength." He pauses. "You have my word. We'll see you safely to Corona." Corona, my city. The port where I was born, where I captained my own ship, where I won glory and honor and threw it all away for arrogance and pride, where I accepted the fire run and damned myself, Thank you, I manage, and the relief makes my knees weak. I'm going home. Finally, after the madness of Agino, the horror of the arena, the soul-draining hell of Ark's smithy, I'm going home. The captain nods and starts to turn away, back to his cargo manifest. Then he stops, turns back, studies my face with narrowed eyes. "Do I know you?" he asks slowly. "Your face looks familiar." My blood turns to ice. I can see him searching his memory, trying to place me, trying to reconcile this broken, thin creature with whoever he thinks he recognizes. And I know that if he remembers, if he places me as Rofan, who ran the fire, Rofan, the champion, Rofan, who was betrayed and broken and enslaved, I can't let him remember that Rofan died on Agino, or in the arena, or in Ark's smithy, that Rofan doesn't exist anymore. "No," I say, and my voice is flat, final. I have never met one soul here that knew me. It's the truth, even if he doesn't understand it. The person he might have known, the arrogant captain, the glory seeker, the minotaur who completed the fire run and thought himself invincible. That person is gone, dead. What stands before him now is something else entirely. Something forged in madness and slavery and humiliation. Something with unfinished business. He studies me a moment longer, then shrugs. "My mistake. You have the look of someone, but..." He waves it away. "Get some rest before we sail. You look like you need it." I nod and move past him, up the gangplank, onto the deck of the ship that will carry me home. Behind me, the mainland sprawls in all its corruption and cruelty. Ahead, across the water, lies Miltar, and Romas, or his bloodline, the one who left me stranded on Agino, while he sailed away with my crew, my ship, my honor. I lean against the rail and look out at the sea. It's the same water I crossed as a young captain, full of pride and ambition, the same water that carried me to my doom. Now it will carry me back, not to redemption. I'm not fool enough to believe in that anymore, but to settling accounts, to reclaiming what was stolen, even if I have to burn down every dock in Corona to do it. The wind picks up, carrying the scent of salt and distance. My body is weak, but my purpose is iron hard. I'm going home, and when I get there, someone is going to pay for what I've become.